Unfound started as a one-man operation during August 2016. Not sure how long it would last, the creator used copywritten music, conducted interviews with the air conditioning on in the background, and received more one-star reviews on iTunes than any other new true crime podcast. But somehow, people not only took notice, but wanted to work on the program themselves. You get to hear from those people today. I'm Ed Densel, and this is Unfound. Team. When you hear the word, I'm guessing your first thought is athletics. Baseball, basketball, and because we Americans can be so self-centered, we call our football the ultimate team sport. I'm sure the rest of the world would argue with that. Me? Bizarrely, when I hear the word team, I think of Robert De Niro's speech in the film The Untouchables. De Niro was playing gangster Al Capone. He spoke of baseball, and the monologue ended with him taking a bat to a guy's head. But before all the gore happened, De Niro talked about America's pastime and how although there are chances for individual achievement when a batter is at the plate, in the field, nothing can be done without the team. He says, I get nowhere unless the team wins. Right after that comment, well, a guy at the table wasn't breathing anymore. But despite Mr. Capone's violence in life and on the big screen, he was right. No one gets anywhere if the team doesn't win. As an example, there's no doubt, and speaking of American football, there's no doubt that an individual player's odds of making the NFL Hall of Fame greatly increase if he is on a great team. Of course, he must be good as well, but it's amazing how many great college players go to bad teams and are never heard from again. Funny how that works. Well, with Unfound, despite me starting the program, doing the interviews, writing the books, hosting the live shows, this program is a team. And nobody's more amazed by the quality of individuals who now work on the program than I am. Since over the course of my life, I've been labeled a lone wolf, a ball hog, and a person who can be prickly to work with. True story. But don't take my word regarding how excellent these people are. Today you get to hear from all of them except one. More on that later. There is no summary today, so we'll go directly to Unfound News. Did you catch my interview with Dr. Grace Telesco from Nova Southeastern University yesterday? If you missed it, that's no problem. You can replay it on the Fischler College of Education and School of Criminal Justice Facebook page. Or you can go to Unfound's YouTube channel. I thought it went very well. I hope Grace and I can do another one sometime soon. Next, May 9th, that's tomorrow, that's Saturday, at 9 p.m. Eastern on the Lorden Arts YouTube channel, I'll be competing with some other true crime podcast hosts on a game show hosted by John Lorden himself. I hope you all will be watching. I've been told it's Thunderdome rules. 4 contestants enter, but only 1 leaves. No, not really. But seriously, we're doing this for the charity Feeding America, and I hope you will all contribute to the cause if you can. Finally, did you get your Unfound newsletter? It came out last Friday, May 1st, late in the evening. If you did, I hope you enjoyed it. If you didn't, but you believe you're on the list, please contact me and we'll try to get it sorted out. If you'd like to get the newsletter, contact me privately at unfoundpodcast@gmail.com, where you can find Unfound. Unfound supports accounts on Podomatic, iTunes, Stitcher, Instagram, Twitter, Spotify, Deezer, and Facebook. On Wednesday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern, please join us on the Unfound Podcast Channel on YouTube for the Unfound Live Show. All of you can talk with me, and I can answer your questions. And for Patreon and PayPal this week, I need to thank Deborah and Susan. Also, the new website, theunfoundpodcast.com. And if you wish to contact me, you can email me at unfoundpodcast@gmail.com. I'm so happy to have on this episode of Unfound the assistant who has been with me the longest, Emily. Emily, how are you doing today?
I'm good. I'm very good.
Okay. The listeners already know that this is a person in the think tank gave this suggestion that I should have my assistants on the program so people can get to know them better. And so that's what we're going to do here, Emily. So let's start there. Why don't you tell the listeners just a little bit about yourself, where you're from, your interests, a little bit about your family, etc.
Okay. Well, I'm originally from Arkansas, born and raised. I moved to Texas at the beginning of 2015 because this is where my husband is from. And I live here since. Trying to think what else. I grew up in a Christian home.
Why don't you tell the listeners about your siblings? I know you're very close to them.
Oh yes, I have one biological sister. I'm almost 2 years older than her. And I'm really close to her, and then she has 4 kids, so I'm really close to them. And I have several stepbrothers and a stepsister, and so I'm not as close to them. They're all older, so and I don't get to see them as much or keep in contact with them as much. But I'm really close to my family. That's just how I grew up, and so I'm blessed in that aspect.
Yeah. Did you say that your sister has 4 kids?
Yes.
I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah.
And she's 2 years younger than you, and
Yep.
And if I may say, you're not even 30 years old yet, right?
Right. Yeah, I'm 28.
And she's 2 years younger than you and has 4 kids.
Yep. She got married when she was 18, and she had her first daughter when she was, I believe, she was 19. So.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. And I know that we've talked, Emily, that you're itching to catch up to her, right?
Yeah, I know. Yes, I am. All my siblings have kids. My husband, all his siblings have kids. So it's, yeah.
Okay.
Starting late, but I guess better late than never.
Yeah, okay. You grew up in Arkansas. What part of Arkansas?
Right, south, Camden to be exact. I grew up in the country, so I'm a country girl. I don't really like the city, living in the city. That's not my thing.
Not your thing.
I like being out in the country.
Okay. But you had to move to Texas because of your husband. And how's it been? You said since 2015. I know that, of course, between us, I know you've always telling me, well, I'm going to be driving back to see my family in Arkansas. How far is it, where you live from where the rest of your family is?
6 hours one way.
6 hours.
Yep, but I'm blessed because I get to go there often, at least every 2 months. So I'm blessed in that aspect and everything. So it's rough, but it could be worse.
And I'm sure they love it. So when you go there, do you stay at your parents' place? They have a room for you and everything?
I usually stay with my sister because my sister lives in the house that we grew up in, and I stay with her. And then right beside her is the house that my grandparents lived in, and so my aunt and my grandpa still live there. So I go between them because where my dad lives, it's like 12 miles from there, I think. And it's on a farm, and it's not that I wouldn't mind staying with him. He's actually fixing the house up, so there's not really any place for me to really sleep beside the couch. So, and then my mom lives, I think, like 4 hours away from the rest of my family, and so she comes and sees me.
Oh, okay. So it's like you've already driven 6 hours. She can at least drive 4 hours to see you.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, what are some maybe growing up and even to this day, what are some of your interests? Maybe music or movies or sports. What kind of things have you been into in your life?
Okay, so growing up, I like sports.
Dude.
Me and my dad are real big Arkansas Razorback fans, so that's our thing that we do together is sports. And then I grew up going to church, and so that's just how, like I said, that's how I was raised, and so I enjoy that, and I go whenever I can. And just being with my family. Nowadays a lot of people don't like being around their family, but I love being around mine. That's what I said. I grew up around mine. I see my grandparents all the time. We live beside my dad's parents. So, and I would see them almost daily. And so, family's a real big thing for me. And so that's anytime I'm with them, then I'm happy.
I think that I've always known that about you, Emily. We've known each other for approximately 3 years. I think that you started helping me with the program sometime in April or May of 2017.
Right.
And I think I learned very early on how important family is to you. There's no doubt about that. And I know that your faith is of utmost importance as well. I know that you talk about that, and I know how you always post that when you go to church, you always check in on Facebook the church that you go to in Texas, and I always see that. And you mentioned Arkansas football. Wasn't it just a couple years ago you got to go to some special dinner or something, right?
Yes, for my dad. This was actually this past season. In Arkansas, you can go to, you could pay, of course, but you can go to this, I forgot what it's called, but it's basically before the football season starts, they have all the players, the coaches, and the band, and the cheerleaders, and all that stuff. And you just sit at a table, and they talk to some of the players, some of the coaches, and just stuff like that. Then you can see them, take pictures with them, and stuff like that. And that's just something my dad and I've always, that's our thing that we do together. Because, like I said, I was raised with just a sister, so he don't have any boys, but he had me for sports and my sister for hunting. So.
Okay. All right. So you got the sports and she got the hunting. Okay.
Right.
I didn't know that. Okay. That sounds like a really good time you and your dad must have had there.
We did. We do. Yes. Like I said, we watch sports together. That's one thing I miss about being in Texas. Especially on football comes on Saturdays, college football, and that was our thing. That was something we did, and that's one of the things that I miss the most about being so far away. We don't get that like we used to.
Yeah. Right, because living in Texas, they're going to have all the Texas teams on TV, right? They're not going to put any Arkansas stuff on there.
Yeah, and Dad's not with me, so that kind of takes the enjoyment out of it a little more. He's not, my grandpa, my uncle. That's something we always did. They're not here, so I can't do it.
Yeah, and I think that when you were there, you did get some pictures taken with some of the players, right? That was part of the thing.
I did.
Okay, cool.
Sure did. Yes,
I remember that.
I enjoyed it.
Okay. Let's move on to this. Let's talk a little bit about your interest in true crime or missing persons in particular. When did this come upon you? Because the listeners should know you were the one who contacted me originally about 3 years ago, but I'm going to guess that maybe your interest and everything started well before that. Why don't you tell the listeners a little bit about that?
Okay, so when I was a kid, I don't know why, I don't know what got it started or anything, but I was always fascinated with crime shows, and particularly missing people and murder cases. And I wanted to be a homicide detective, but that was short-lived when I got older, and I had realized that I actually had to be around, I know this sounds horrible, but go around dead people. And I can't, I'm an emotional person, and I knew that I wouldn't be able to do that. So it was something that I had kind of said, well, that's just not going to happen. I'm going to have to find something else that I'm interested in. So, but I would continue to watch shows like Disappeared and stuff like that. And so I had actually ran out of shows to watch. I know that sounds crazy, but I had ran out of stuff, like shows like that to watch that I actually caught my attention. So I started Googling missing persons, and podcast came up. And so I was like, okay, what's this? So I listened to Unfound, and there was another one that I had listened to that I had liked. And so I had followed a couple cases from Disappeared, and I had actually I had friended a couple of those people because I went on Facebook and I was trying to see if there's any updates. So I friended their moms, and I to see, to ask if there was any updates. And of course, they talked. They were nice. They talked to me. There was no updates. But once I started listening to Unfound, I was like, well, maybe you could you could talk to these moms and maybe get help them get their kids' story out there. So that's when I had approached you and I asked you, if you would be interested, and I remember you saying, yeah, that's fine, I'll do it. I'll talk to anybody. So that's when I had approached Brandy Wells' mom and let's see, Ashley and Laura. I think it was Laura's mom that I had approached, and see if they would be interested in talking to you, and that's how it started. I remember when I first started talking to you, you told me that I couldn't represent Unfound because you didn't know me that well, which is understandable. But then we started working together, and you let me do more and more until here we are today.
That's right. The thing is, of course, and the listeners should know, you and I have never met in person yet.
Right.
We talk, of course, on Facebook all the time, but we've never met in person, not yet, and I hope that happens sometime soon. So when, of course, you were just a stranger approaching me, and I'm never one to turn down help, but, my policy is that, we'll give this person a few things to do, keep them on a short leash, see how they do. And if they come through, we'll get more and more responsibility to the point where I don't have to oversee them at all. And you got to the I don't have to oversee you part fairly quickly. You certainly knew what you were doing. You had an idea of what you wanted to do, and you did it. In fact, I think that the listeners can pretty much look back at 2017 and see when you really started having an effect on the show, because we covered a bunch of Arkansas disappearances, fairly quickly because you knew all about them. I think there was Clashendra Hall, Ronnie Russell, I think, are a couple that very early on, and there's another one that, unfortunately, Pamela Golden is another one. I'm saying these right off the top of my head. Right there in that April, May, June 2017 area. These are people that you found to be on the program. And since then, I'm going to guess, I don't know, 2/3 to 3/4 of the people who appear on the program are people that you've talked to first, probably. I think that
sounds about right.
Yeah, okay. So you listened to the program, you contacted me, and what is your process now that you've been doing this for 3 years? Maybe you can explain to the listeners your process for, reaching out and finding people for the first time.
Okay, so it happens. Okay, so sometimes I'm contacted by listeners, and they'll suggest cases to me. And so when they suggest a case, if possible, because sometimes when they suggest a case, they'll have information like you can contact this person, it's, the loved one of the missing person, or the Facebook page, and they'll send me a link or at least the person's name. But if they don't, and it's just that they want, hey, can you cover this case or talk, try to find somebody in this family to talk to, I'll try to do it on Facebook. And sometimes if I'm not successful there, I'll try to look up articles through Google and try to find names of family members of that missing person and try to go from there. But a lot of time, for the most part, I use Charter Project. That's the main site that I actually use. And, on that website, you can do different, you can search different ways. And so if I'm, there's been times I wanted to find cases in states that we haven't covered yet. We haven't done any missing person cases.
Right.
So I'll use that. I know I have used in the past I've used certain races like African Americans and Native Americans.
Yeah.
I went through those before, just different ways. And so I'll try to, once I find some information on the Cheree Project, the person's name, I'll go to Google, and then again I'll use Facebook, and I'll try to find a family member that I can talk, or a friend, or because a lot of times people will post, they'll like share the person's information, and that a lot of times I do that too. Like I'll see who it is and if they're related, and I'll send them a message that way. But it can be time consuming, but it's definitely worth it. It's something I enjoy doing. But that's pretty much what I do. And then once I find somebody to talk to, I just send them a message. I let them know who I am and what I do, and once they message me back, I send them links to the cases that have been covered, a link to your page, to the other associate pages, to the YouTube page, the Facebook discussion group, all that, so they'll actually know, because I feel like a lot of families think, because they've been scammed, and so I feel like if I send them that information and they can look themselves, and they're going to see that, it's legit. And so that's pretty much what I do. And then I schedule time to talk to them, and then I'll talk to them, and then if it's something that they want to do, I'll let them know that I'll contact you, and I'll set up a time for you and them to talk.
Yeah.
And so, and answer any questions they have.
Sure. Now, this is a question I've kind of talked about on the live show on Wednesday nights, but you and I have talked about it as well, privately, but, maybe we can kind of reveal this now. What percentage would you say, if you contact, let's say, 20 people, what do you think is a percentage of people that usually respond?
I contact 20 people. I would say half of them may respond.
50%.
Yep, it 50%, and that's at the most. Because a lot of them don't ever see the message. Because you can see who sees the message,
right.
And then as bad as this sounds, a lot of times they'll see the message and they won't even respond, or they'll respond and they'll tell me that they're interested and to send them information, and then when I do, they don't say anything.
Right.
I've had people blow me off.
Yeah.
That happens quite a bit.
Hey, you've been doing this for 3 years now. Of course, you've heard my insight into it. What's your insight into it?
I think a lot of the reason is, people have been burned. Some of these families, especially the ones that their loved one has been missing for years, they've been burned. I know that I talked to lots of families, and and they tell me that that they, people promise to help them, and they haven't. And so I think that a lot of families kind of put up a block. I think that's some of the problem. And then I think a lot of times families are afraid to talk to people like us because, in their mind, that's law enforcement's job. Law enforcement are supposed to be doing that. They don't want to. I've actually had families tell me, that, they appreciate what we're trying to do, and how we're trying to help them, but they don't want to say anything because they're fearful that it could hinder the investigation, or if they do find a suspect, it could interfere with that. People bringing charges against people, and so I think that that's some of it. And then some of it, you hate to say this, but I've actually had family members tell me, well, they've been gone for so long that, we're just going to let it be, and I don't understand that, but at the same time, you try not to look down on these people because I've never been in their shoes, so I don't know how I would feel. I think I know how I would feel, but I don't know that 100% because, like I said, I've never been in their shoes.
Sure.
So it's just, it's those are the top three reasons why I think that a lot of people either blow us off or don't respond.
Yeah.
And then I think it sometimes, depending on the case, also too, that I think sometimes I don't think this is as common as the other reasons I mentioned, but I think sometimes people are scared.
Sure.
Especially when drugs are involved. I think people are scared. I think some families are really scared, and they don't want to say anything because in their minds, well, I already have one family member missing. I don't want to be the next one, or I don't want, anybody else in the family to go missing. So I think that's some of the reason too, sometimes, but not as big as the other reasons why, I mentioned.
I think you're right. I think you're right on all of those accounts, Emily. I think that you're very insightful in all of that. I think that what we maybe don't realize is a lot of times, the people that we end up talking to may be the only person in that entire family who's trying to do anything.
Yep, and I agree, because I've had that. I've had them tell me that before. I've had family members tell me that. Yep, you're right.
Yeah, and that they not only maybe do they get pressure from the police or somebody, but they get pressure within their own family.
Yeah.
To say, hey, what are you doing? You're going to talk to a reporter? Do you really want to do that? And you and I both know of situations of people who have been on the program, and then afterwards, some of these people do get crap from people in their own family.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I think people would be surprised to know how often that actually does happen.
Yeah.
And I just thought of another reason, because I've actually had people tell me this too, that, they don't want the missing person's business out there. Like, they don't want people to know that this person was doing drugs or leading a lifestyle that could, like a criminal lifestyle and stuff. And I think that sometimes that's a reason too. They don't want people, because I think that some families feel that, well, if they find out about the missing person, then they're not going to care to try to find them.
Right.
Because that happens. Unfortunately, we know that happens.
It does. It does, and it frustrates us. I mean, you and I have talked about, privately about how these things continue to frustrate it, even though you have many, many cases under your belt. I, of course, have all, since September 2016, I have all of them under my belt, and it's still something that I think that we're working on between the both of us.
Right. Yep. I mean, there's only so much we can do. When we try to reach out to these people, let them know that we care, that they're missing family member, we care about them. We hope that they're found. We want to help these families get answers. I mean, sometimes that's all you can do. Some people ain't going to want to talk to us. That's just how it is.
Yeah. And every once in a while, and in fact, just before we started this interview, you and I were talking about, how we can better hone what we're doing. When people, the word I always use is flake, but when people do say that they're going to talk to us and don't, what can we do to make sure that happens less? In fact, we were just talking about that before this interview.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I hope that we could come up with a way that, make these people feel more comfortable to talk to us, and want us to help them,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because that's what we're here for.
Right. And we're not criticizing them. We realize that,
no.
like you said, these people have seen a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden they get contacted by you. You're a stranger. You're one of the nicest people I've ever known, even though I haven't met you in person yet. But I know you're a very kind person and everything, but still, you're a stranger.
Right.
And so some people are going to be very leery, and they may agree to things and then have doubts later, and all we can do is, try to work on being, better, and putting these people more at ease and know that we are genuine people who are really trying to help.
Exactly.
Let's move on to this. How much time, and I don't know if I've ever asked you this, but I'm going to ask you anyway. How much time would you say you put in per week regarding Unfound and your main job, which is reaching out to family members?
Now that varies, because there's some weeks where I work on reaching out to people a lot more than I do other weeks. Mm-hmm. But I would say when I'm in one of those moods where I'm really searching and trying to find people, I would say, I've spent I spent 5 or 6 hours a day before.
Wow.
Trying to track down cases.
Yeah.
Or people to talk to, people we get help and stuff like that. So I would say like I said, it just depends on the week. But if I'm probably about maybe like 20.
Wow.
20 hours. I mean, because, you know, it's more than just, you know, looking up a case and finding people, because sometimes it's very hard to find people.
It is.
You know, especially with the older cases, because a lot of the people don't have, a lot of the family members, like the parents, don't have social media. You know, a lot of the older people don't have social media. And I mean, everybody works different, but I have never just randomly called up somebody. Because I feel like if I do that, then they're automatically going to shut down, because especially the ones that have been burned.
Yeah.
So I always try to find an email or a Facebook or something like that to reach out to them first, because I feel like if I send them a message, then they're going to read that, versus if I just call up and I say, I'm Emily, and I was interested in helping you try to find your loved one. Well, I feel like most of them ain't going to listen.
Yeah, it's almost like telemarketing.
You know,
it's like telemarketing,
right.
you know.
Right, yeah. So I won't do that. That's something I won't do.
Yeah.
You know.
So you can generate, I mean, that's quite a few hours. And 20 hours, maybe, like you said, other weeks, though, depending on, you know, what else is going on in your life, it could be less.
Yeah, well, and see, because I guess I don't mind putting this out there. I work in a prison. I'm a correctional officer in a prison. And so the way my schedule works, I work 4 days on and 4 days off. And so when I'm working, I can't, it's hard because I work 12-hour shifts. It's hard for me to do any research and talk to people on those days that I work.
Sure.
So that's why I said it kind of depends on the week. Now on the off, when I have off or I've taken off more days, then I can do more. You know, so that's why I say it just depends.
Sure. And then, of course, we know your family's very important to you, and
right.
you're driving there to see them, and you want to spend time with them as well. You know,
right.
high quality time.
Exactly.
Which, of course,
right.
I don't think I've ever given you a hard time about not putting enough work in. I don't think I've ever done that in 3 years.
You haven't. You're pretty easy to work with.
Oh, am I? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Believe me, yes. You're not hard to work with at all.
I appreciate that. I was going to ask you that a little bit later. Maybe we'll still get to that. But you did mention, you brought it up, you're correctional officer. How did you get led to that career?
Okay, so my husband's grandparents and his youngest sister had actually been correctional officers too. And so when I moved to Texas, I didn't think I could do that, because I'm not a hard person. I'm very compassionate. I'm very emotional. And so I just didn't think that I would be able to do that. But his grandma is kind of the same way. Me and her have a lot of ways that are alike. And so, you know, she actually, you know, talked to me and told me that, you know, you can still have those qualities and work in a prison. You know, so I was like, well, let me, and my husband, he was like, yeah, I think it'd be good for you to do that. And so that's how I did it. Well, and he had an alternative motive, actually, for me to work in a prison, because I didn't need street smarts growing up, because I didn't live, you know, around those kind of people and that kind of life. And so that was his. He said that I needed some street smarts.
Okay.
And he knew that working in a prison would help that. So, but I enjoy it. You know, I've definitely learned a lot. It's taught me a lot. You know, I've learned that I can have compassion for people and still work in a prison. Okay. You know, most people don't think that, but you can.
And how long have you been doing that job?
Actually, this month it'll be 5 years.
5 years.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
5 years.
And being that what's going on with the coronavirus right now, you've seen that kind of up close and personal at your facility?
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, the unit I work on has had several cases. Even though it's a smaller unit, it does have cases. And unfortunately, I've had to work around some of those inmates that have it, but.
Okay.
It is what it is. Somebody's got to do it.
Okay, right. Okay. Would you say you enjoy that?
Yes, I enjoy it, because, you know, the way I see things is, when I went through the training to be a correctional officer, they told us that you're going to have to be a counselor. You're not just a correctional officer. Sometimes listening can go a long ways, and so that's what I've been able to talk to. I work with females, so I've been able to actually point them in a direction and listen to them and talk to them, whereas some officers won't do that. And so that makes me feel good that I can maybe motivate them to make better decisions and to be a better person and to stay out of trouble. And so that's what makes me, enjoy my job. Is you don't have to always be hard. Just listening sometimes will go, like I said, go a long ways. And so yes, for the most part, I do enjoy my job. And I feel like I see things differently than a lot of officers because I've actually had family members that have been incarcerated, and so I could kind of see it on both sides, as an officer and as a family member that that loves people that have been incarcerated, and so I feel like I have an advantage over some of the other officers.
Do any of your coworkers know that you work on this program? Do they know what you do in your spare time?
Yes, some of them do.
Do they?
Some of them like true crime, stuff like that. So some of them I do talk to them about, some of the cases and, of course, the stuff that's already out there that everybody knows about. And I have actually some of it on my Facebook, and so they can see it from there too, because I always have the Unfound album on my personal page, and so they see that. But yeah, some of them know about it. I talk to some of them about it.
Let's talk about that Unfound album. You just started putting that together within me. My perception is the last few months. Why don't you tell the listeners a little bit more about it?
Okay, so it's on my personal page, but it's public, so anybody can see it. And so what I've done is I've taken I went to, I think it's Podomatic, the website, Podomatic, where you have put up all the cases, and it has the people's picture and the information, the Cheree Project Facebook page, and then who to call if you have any information. And so what I've done is I took each picture of every case that you covered, and then the person's information, and I put it in an album. And so, because I've noticed that a lot of people, especially the older people or people that really don't know how to work Facebook or technology very well, have a hard time finding some of the links and stuff. So what I did is I created that album. So all they have to do is click on the picture, and the information about that, the same information that's on Podomatic comes up, along with Cheree Project if it's on there, the missing person's Facebook page. And then the number to call if you have any information, and I believe that, and then the link to the direct link to listen to that interview is on there, just so people can share it. It's just an easier way for people to share it and find the links, maybe easier.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, and when did you start? Of course, that's an ongoing thing because new episodes are coming out, new disappearances that we cover. When did you start that?
I started working on it. It's been, I think, about a year now. And now, of course, that's one of those days where I spent hours on it because it took some time. But and I'm not gonna say that I always get the person because when you do the cases Friday, I don't always get them up that Friday. Sometimes it takes me a little bit to get the information up there. But I think as of right now, it's up to date, and I try to get to that as soon as I can.
Yeah.
So.
I think it's great. You did that all on your own. This is not something that I told you to do. This is something that your own initiative to put it together yourself. Yeah, and it's beautiful.
Well, like I said, I did it because a lot of people were asking me, well, where do I go listen to it? How do I find this? How do I find that? So I just figured it was an easier way for people that really don't know how to find stuff like that to just be able to click on the picture and everything comes up.
Yeah, I agree. Let's talk about some of Unfound's cases. I know one in particular, and you've already mentioned it, so let's talk about it first. A case that is very close to you is the disappearance of Brandy Wells. So why is that?
Because when I talk to her family, a lot of the things that she's done, the ways that she was, I can see myself. I've done some of those same things, and so I I don't know why, but that's one of the cases. I mean, I care about everybody that's missing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying I don't, but I feel close to her case. And I think a lot of it has to do with because I've talked to so many of her loved ones. I think about 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah.
And so that's why I think I'm maybe a little bit closer to that case is for that reason.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you continue to, I guess you'd call it, work on it once in a while. You've talked to a lot of people since, I mean,
Yes.
it's been about 3 years since we covered that disappearance. But you've talked to a lot of different people since then. You know, other people who knew Brandy, who, you know, could give you more insight to, you know, her and what was going on in her life at the time.
Right. Yeah, I talked to about, let's say, about 5 different people, 5 or 6 people.
Yeah. Including what would have been her ex-husband?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's see, I've talked to her mom, her godmother, her best friend, her ex-husband. I've talked to, I think her brother had messaged me once. And then somebody else. Oh, one of her other exes.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I've talked to a few people.
Okay. Was that a disappearance that you've known about for years, or was it just something that one that you found out about once, you know, you started working with me?
No, I had actually seen Brandy's case on Disappeared.
Okay.
And it was the one that was one of the cases where I had went looking for updates and I didn't see any. So I had, because her mom was on there, so I knew her mother's name. So I went on Facebook and I looked her mom up, and I had messaged her mom to see if there was any updates in her case. And that's one of the ones that like I said, that's the first case I believe that I ever mentioned to you about covering.
Right. I think you're right. And of course, her mother is Ellen.
Right.
Right. Okay. Any other maybe disappearances that jump out to you personally? Now, of course, we know that there are some episodes that have gotten a lot more attention than some other ones, but for you personally, ones that you know, jump out at you from the ones that you met the person the first time and then eventually became an episode. Any others that jump out to you?
April Pitzer's case. I actually met her mom, Gloria, a really sweet lady.
Yeah.
That's one of the cases, and then Crescenda Hall.
Yeah.
I've talked to her mother before, and another friend of hers. And I think with Crescenda, her mother is one of the ones that's the I don't know how you'd say that, the most determined to try to find out what happened to her daughter. I mean, she's always posting about it, you know, and so I admire that because not every family is like that.
Yeah.
You know, and so I really admire her mother for that. You know, she really wants to know what happened to her daughter, and April's mom's the same way.
Yes, of course.
You know, and so those are the cases, and of course they're both Arkansas. Well, April is from Arkansas, but the Crescenda Hall case is in Arkansas, and so I've known about Crescenda's case for years.
Yeah.
Because I had family that live in that area, and they told me about the case when I was a kid.
Right. It's 26 years old this year.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
No, it's crazy. And it's funny you mentioned Crescenda's mother, because I remember the first time I spoke to Laurel, because I called her, and instead her name is Laurel, and when I said her name, I said Laurel, and she said it wasn't her and hung up on me. That's a true story. I hope she doesn't mind me telling that. But then she called me back, and then that's when we got everything started out. The reason she hung up on me is because she knows it's like a telemarketer or something. She thinks it's a prank call or something when they don't pronounce her name correctly.
Right.
And that's a true story. I hope she doesn't mind me telling that story. But that's true. And so it's weird some of the things you remember, because that was like 3 years ago now. But Laurel, yeah, right, okay. We already brought this up, but I have to ask, and my assistants know they can criticize me. We have very frank discussions about anything. What's it been like to work with me over the last 3 years?
Pretty easy. You don't make it hard for us. like, you're not strict on us, you can't do this, you can't do that. You know, the only time you really want us to say anything to you is when it, you know, could have an impact on, you know, Unfound. But as far as like talking to people and stuff like that, you know, you're easy to work with. I mean, I don't have any complaints.
Yeah,
you're always asking us for our opinions. A lot of times you don't just do something. You always, even though you could, because it's your program, you ask us, you know, our opinions. How does this sound? How does that sound?
True.
You know, you're always filling us in on what's going on. You know.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that because, you know, not everybody's that way. You know, they want your help, but they don't want to include you in anything.
I think that I will say oftentimes, Emily, that I'm not much of a manager of people, and I found that out when I worked for 7-Eleven in Las Vegas over 20 years ago. But when I can find people that I can work with, like you and the other assistants, you know, I tend to, I think, just be kind of hands off. You know, people have, you know, the expectations, and that's just kind of it. I'm not going to look over your shoulder and keep tabs on things, you know, because of course I have my own work to do too. So I think that's probably what you've experienced over the last 3 years is that you can contact whoever you want. You don't even have to let me know, you know, until, you know, you actually do contact somebody. And they'll say, hey, I contacted this mother who'd like to talk, and I'll be great. You know, I don't give you a list of people to contact or anything. It's totally up to you.
Exactly, and you've never told me no about a case. That's one thing I can say is you're not picky on the cases that you're willing to cover. I know you and I feel the same way. Rather cover cases that are not as well known.
Kind of.
To help those families the most. Because if everybody knows about, then they already probably know all the details versus people that, you know, their cases just aren't out there. But you never told us no about a case. I don't ever remember a time you tell me no, I won't talk to somebody or, you know, something like that. So it's easy to work with you.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. A lot of people probably from my past would not say the same. So I'm glad to hear that. And the listeners should know that we have a private message group in Messenger. It's called the Unfound Team, where everybody can talk with everybody else. And I think that if they were to see the stream going way, 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 way back, they will see that the emperor in this case does have clothes. You know, this isn't a situation where everybody feels they have to kiss my butt. It's kind of exactly the opposite, and I enjoy that. And I enjoy that. And nobody gets made more fun of than me when we have talks behind the scenes. So I enjoy that, and I just want you to know that I hope to meet you in person one of these days, Emily, because you've been such a great asset to the program. Listeners should know, before Emily came on, of course, I was doing this program, by myself, and in fact, for a long time, it was just me and you, just the two of us, for a while. And but before Emily came along, I was the person who had to contact people, find people, etc. And that Emily came to me and said, "Hey, I'd love to help," and I said, "Great." And to have you around 3 years later and been doing such a great job, it's certainly been a blessing for the program, for me, and I think for all the families out there too. So I can't thank you enough, Emily.
Well, you're welcome, and and I'd like to thank you too, because it's like a dream come true, just in a different sense. Because like I said, when I was a little girl, that's what I wanted to do, was be a homicide detective, and then I just knew I wouldn't be able to handle it because I'm too emotional. And then now it's like, well, I'm kind of doing the same thing, it's just not physically hands-on, And so I really enjoy it. But yes, this is something I really enjoy doing, helping people, talking to people. Because I feel like, I don't want this to sound bad, but I feel like some people do it as they're looking at it as more as money versus doing it to help somebody. And that's not what's in my heart, and I know that's not what's in the rest of, our hearts either. Is we're actually trying to help these people, and we actually care, and I think that's what is missing a lot of times in today's world is people that actually care. it's coming from a good place versus coming from, people seeing dollar signs.
Yeah.
The
way I like to put it is we don't look at these disappearances as products.
Right.
We don't see this as a means to an end. The end is solving these cases. It's not a means
Yes.
to us getting something else. The end is solving these cases. Period.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Any last words, Emily, before we complete this interview?
No, I just like to say that, I do appreciate the families that have given us a chance and talked to us, and that are allowing us to help them, try to find what happened to their missing loved one. And it's been a pleasure working with, everybody else that's on the team. I really do enjoy it, and I feel like we really do have a team. And, unfortunately, some of the cases have been, the person's been found, and, that's a sad thing, but at the same time, I'm glad these families have, they have their family member back, and and that's the motivation for me to, hopefully keep helping families like the ones we've already helped, because to me that's important for them to have that. I can't imagine having somebody that I love go missing and nobody wanting to help. And unfortunately, that's what we hear. I know I do, and I know y'all do too, because we've talked about it.
Sure.
And so, just the fact that these people are willing to let us help them means a lot, because it means that we're doing, the work that we're doing is not in vain. It's actually helping people. And so I'm really glad to be a part of Unfound, all the work that we're doing.
And it's been great having you. And I hope we work together for a long, long time, Emily, for sure.
As long as I'm living and breathing, I'll be here to help.
Okay, great. Me too. I'm 22 years older than you, so I'm probably going to go first. So we'll see how long it lasts. But absolutely. If we can do it forever, that'd be great too. Okay, Emily.
Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you for joining me today.
You're welcome.
The next assistant that I wish to introduce to all of you is Cheree. Cheree, how are you doing this evening?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well. I think that you were in the think tank on Sunday night when that think tank member brought up the idea of me interviewing all of the assistants. Did you happen to see that when Tammy posted that?
I thought it was a really good idea.
It's amazing. You never know what you're going to get from some of the listeners, and especially when it comes to the think tank. As far as
well, that's kind of how you got all of us as listeners, really.
That's right. So let's just start talking a little bit about yourself. Maybe you want to tell the listeners where you're from, your interests, a little of your background, etc.
Okay. I'm from South Texas. I've lived here my whole life. Moved a little bit further South Texas than where I was born and raised. I've got 3 kids, and I work for a area agency on aging as a benefits counselor. So I kind of advocate for people 60 and older, or people that are disabled and receiving Medicare, which is different than Medicaid, but that's kind of, what we do at our agency. And my position is the benefits counselor. So I counsel them on their Medicare benefits and also help them apply for different programs. And I've been, I haven't really been listening to true crime my whole life.
Yeah.
I kind of really picked it up more so with like when Madeline McCann went missing.
Oh.
I think that was in 2006 or 7, and since then I've, just been reading and researching and looking into cases that interest me.
So what do you think it was about Madeline McCann's that caught your attention, Cheree?
I was thinking about that today, actually, on my way home, like why? But what I came up with is Madeline was about the same age as my oldest daughter, and my daughter was blonde hair and blue eyes, and she kind of looks like Madeline. And I remember seeing her face, it was everywhere. and thinking that must be the most traumatic thing to ever live through, is to not know where your child is.
Right.
And I think it was because it was more, at that time we started having like dial-up internet and different news programs. We had like the Dish Network and all of that. And so it was in our face a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
And every time you saw it, I could relate to my little blonde-haired, blue-eyed child that was running around, thinking how horrible that would be to even go to bed one night not knowing where your child is.
Right. Do you think that changed your parenting a little bit? Learning about Madeline McCann's disappearance, which of course is still unsolved today. Do you think it changed you a little bit?
Maybe when they were younger. When they got older, like they didn't really have a lot of rules, really. I guess really my main rule was I need to know where you are. Because if I do have to look for you, I need to know where to start.
Yeah.
So that was my main thing, is it's not so much about what you're doing as where you are. And at any point, I need to be able to find you. So, yeah, I guess it did really affect the way I parented.
Okay. That's interesting. I think, my perception is a lot of people maybe are the same way. Madeline McCann's story was, of course, international. And it maybe did bring a lot of people, to missing persons, missing children. I think that's a very good possibility. I have to admit, it wasn't a case that I really followed at the time, but I know for a lot of other people, that it did.
Right. Well, and another thing that really spurred my interest was, half of the population that was following it thought that the parents were involved.
Yes.
And so for me, it became kind of, figuring out, were the parents involved? Or could it, could it be explained some other way?
Yeah. In working with Unfound, has your opinion changed, or is it still the same, what you've always thought regarding Madeline McCann?
I never was in the camp that the parents were involved. So, it really hasn't changed.
Okay.
I've become even more solid in that belief as time has gone on.
Okay. So you're along the lines that some stranger picked Madeline McCann up, maybe baby trafficking or, baby markets or something like that, black market for little kids or something like that?
I think their biggest mistake was that they were comfortable in their lives and not really aware. They were both doctors of things that happen, and, the chance that this could be a possibility. So they left their kids and went to dinner at a restaurant, thinking that everything was safe and sound, like it had always been in their world.
Yeah.
And, it's just a
okay.
bad decision.
Okay. So that was it's about 14 years ago. I guess you're saying you'd probably remember the year better than I do regarding that. But did you get into podcasts? Of course, podcasts, true crime podcasts, I don't know, maybe got started 5 years ago in popularity. Of course, Serial, I think, really put everything on the map, maybe about 4 years ago. But were there some podcasts that you started listening to back in maybe 2014 or 2015, or was podcasting still maybe something you weren't into yet?
No, I wasn't. I didn't get into podcasting until about probably 2018. And it was Serial, was the first podcast that I listened to.
Okay.
And that opened up.
Okay. Because
other possibilities.
Yeah, because I think, and I would never give away your age. Cheree is younger than I am, but I think that
not much.
Well, you could say that. I'm not going to say that. I know for a kind of our generation, that like Unsolved Mysteries, Cops. Did you watch any of those programs as a kid?
I always watched Unsolved Mysteries and like Dateline. I never watched Disappeared, which is kind of weird, I guess.
Okay.
I do watch it now on YouTube, the old episodes, but I didn't watch it I don't even know when it came out, honestly.
Disappeared came out about 2011. It's been around about
Okay,
9
yeah.
years, 10 years. I'm thinking something, maybe it's a little even older than that now. But yeah, somewhere around there. I'd say it's around 10 years. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So you found out about Serial, which I think I'm maybe the only person in the entire podcasting community that has never listened to an episode of it to this day.
Wow.
Yeah, that's true.
Mhm.
But so that caught your attention, and then do you remember the first?
I kept hearing.
Please.
Well, I just kept hearing people around me talking about podcast, and I was like, "What is this podcast thing that they're talking about?"
Mm-hmm.
And one of my friends recommended Serial to me, so I said, "Okay." Well, I'm always in the car, traveling for work, so I said, "Let me just try this and see what it's about," and that's how I started with the podcast.
Okay. And did you listen to all of Serial? Have you listened to all the episodes?
Yes.
Okay.
Season 2 is the best.
Okay. I will have to take your word on that. Okay. So let's move to this. When did you first hear about Unfound? What was the case? Do you remember how you even happened to run into Unfound, maybe on iTunes or wherever else? How do you believe that happened, looking back a couple years now?
Right. So I remember I was listening to another missing persons podcast, and then I just said, well, I'm done with that. Let me look for another one, and Unfound came up. And the very first episode I listened to was Kristen Modafferi.
Oh.
And the reason, so then when you were talking about it, you were talking about the discussion group, and I thought, well, that's kind of cool. You can go and talk about these cases. And so I was just figuring I would go in there and talk to other people. But I made a comment about Robert Durst and his connection or lack of connection or possible connection, that it had been mentioned before.
Sure.
And you gave like a paragraph response to me. And then you discussed it again on the live show. And I thought, wow, this host really cares about the opinions of his listeners. He's not just cranking out episodes every week. He wants to have like engaging conversations with people and talk to people about their ideas. And so that's really how I came to Unfound.
So that was the first. I'm going to admit I do kind of remember it, but I don't specifically remember it. So that was the first time we had any interaction. Was you posted something about Robert Durst and then I replied?
Yes.
Okay. And
it was like a well thought out, I'm saying like a good paragraph response. And then when you did the live show, on I don't know if it was Tuesday or Wednesday at that point, but I tuned in for the first time and you addressed the question and then answered, again with your response. And that's
I kind of do remember that.
Happening.
I kind of do remember that now. Yes. Okay. I didn't.
Yeah.
I don't remember that being you. That's funny. Okay. But that's okay because we'll move on to this because what I remember is my first thinking about Cheree is now helping with the program and is that it was with Amanda Fravel. Maybe we can just talk about that right now.
Because that wasn't that long after Kristen. I don't know how many, maybe a couple episodes.
Not long.
It wasn't that long after. Yeah, and so the thing with that was, of course, I was very interested in it for personal reasons because Amanda reminded me a lot of myself. She was independent and carefree, living on her own, away from her parents, and just, at that age, trying to figure everything out. And Melissa, or Missy, her sister, when she was on the program, you asked her about a Facebook page, and she didn't have one set up. And I thought, well, I can do that. And so that's how I got in contact with the sister. And, from early on, I was determined I was going to figure it out and solve all the, and of course that didn't work out that way. But, I mean, I think I've solved it, but there's nothing you can really do about it.
Yeah, we both, and we're not going to get into it here, but we both have some pretty decent ideas what we believe happened to Amanda. But you, to this day, I'm not saying it's like every week, but you communicate with Melissa once in a while still?
Yep, definitely, yep.
Yeah, good.
Yep.
Great.
Anytime, and I still engage with the page and read the messages that people send, and sometimes there's craziness, as you know, that goes on.
It does.
With people trying to extort money, or they've got some kind of proof, or they were there, but it all turns out to be just people trying to take advantage of the situation.
Right. And, Amanda Fravel, is one that I think we did some really good work on. I think that's still, I think, frankly, unfortunately, at the time, it kind of got overshadowed by Tom Brown's because that was the week before. But I think, with Lou Frank and, the boyfriend, Xavier, and all that, I thought we did some really good work for that, disappearance, and...
Yeah. And I was telling you the other day, I had made I sent a message to someone regarding that case back in 2018 and just got a message back the other day.
That's right. It's weird how that is. You message somebody and then you totally forget about it, and all of a sudden they're getting back to you 2 years later.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So do you remember how you came to be? I mean, of course, the people should know. Cheree fulfills a lot of different roles in working with me, whereas, having you just heard the interview with Emily, Emily does something very specific. Whereas with Cheree, she's a little jack of all trades. But I want to first, talk about the YouTube, what you do for the YouTube show and moderating it. And, maybe you can explain to the listeners, why you think that's important, what you do for the live show, and, just talk about your experience with the live show so far.
Yeah, I don't even remember when that started exactly, but we needed a moderator because, like you said, with Tom Brown, things really blew up at that point, and there was 200-300 people in there, and you don't know if they're, trolls or actual listeners, and, you got to kind of keep order and structure with the live show, and so at some point, being a moderator came up, and of course I was happy to do that.
Yes. And anybody who watches the live show now sees you with your blue name, and then you got the little wrench beside your name, and I think you've changed your name on there a couple times, but.
And we haven't had to use it that often, and that, I would say that's not very common with groups that have as many people. We have 7,000 people that listen or that are in the group, so there's even more people than that are listening. I mean, there's 1 million views on YouTube alone.
Right.
And really it's very rare that we even use that wrench.
Yes. Yeah, you almost sound a little disappointed, Cheree.
No, I'm happy about it, trust me.
Okay.
I love when I see regular names. I don't really have to pay attention.
Yeah. My perception is that we had more trolls early on than we do now. It seemed that when you first started doing that, you had to kick more people out. Now these days, it doesn't hardly happen at all. Is that your perception as well?
That's true. I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I'll ask you this, and you and I, have talked about this, and I've mentioned it on the live show. There aren't too many podcast hosts out there that do a live show. And, do you see any reason that others don't do that? What do you think that is added to Unfound, being that you are the moderator of it and have been doing that maybe, not quite 2 years, what do you think about that?
I don't want to put down any creator or anything. Everybody does their own thing, but a lot of times podcasters will compile a lot of Wikipedia or news articles and then just repeat what they've read. So they don't, doing a live show wouldn't make sense for those kind of people that aren't really critically thinking or wanting to hear other people's ideas and, find value in that. So the fact that Unfound does that is, it directly goes back to the fact from the beginning why I joined is, he does want, Ed does want to listen to your ideas and thoughts and about this case or any kind of true crime, that we're talking about on the live show.
And I enjoy doing the show, as you know. I mean, it's there's a reason that the shows have gotten longer. They started out at about an hour, and I think last week it was like an hour and 45 minutes, and I don't know where the time goes, but I do enjoy the interaction, and it certainly makes it easier when I have someone like you who is watching out for everything. And you're there keeping an eye on the chat, and can hit the delete button, if need be. I can just concentrate on, because as you know, I bring an agenda to every live show. I don't do it cold off the top of my head, but I don't have to keep an eye on the camera and an eye on the chat. So it certainly helps out, because a lot of, I think, shows, I don't know if they have that or not. So that's one of the roles that you play. But I would also say, I don't know if you would call it this, but I would call it this, is that of the assistants that I have for Unfound, you're kind of my confidant. We talk about the direction of the program and, things that are going on and how things are going more than I do with any of the other, people who have been working on Unfound, for, a couple of years now. And, how have you felt about that? What's it been like? Just to ask you straight out, because I asked Emily this as well. What's that been like, behind the scenes, talking about Unfound and, a lot of conversations that I don't have with anybody else, period.
Yeah, no, I love it, really. For me, it's a place where I can say, hey, what do you think about this? And someone that I know is my equal will say, I don't know about that, or I disagree with you, just can be frank about their opinions on that. And, for me, I think the reason that it just it worked so well was because I could kind of see your vision for what Unfound was going to be or is at the moment, and I just really kind of supported that and was happy to do whatever it was that I could do to make it work. People sometimes think that we might measure success of the program in numbers or likes, but that's really not the way that it is. No. We measure it by, hey, can this family now look at a different perspective or idea that they didn't know when they first came to Unfound? Right. And that's a success, because if they haven't thought about that, that might be the little piece that they're missing.
That's right.
So
right. And I think
it's not really about the numbers that much.
Yep, we don't talk numbers hardly at all, and
No.
I think all of my assistants know that. Don't show me any reviews, because I don't read them. They're just not important. So nobody,
right. Of course, we celebrate when there's more people, because that's more ideas. That's more different views. That's more people looking at this disappearance and saying, "Hey, what has anybody thought about this?" Yeah. And the more the merrier. If you have someone missing.
Yes. Right. Of course, the show, the program has to be popular so more people can hear it. But, I guess what we're saying is there's never been a discussion amongst any of us. And as I said with my interview with Emily, is there is, we have our group, the Unfound Team Messenger group, where we post and, talk to each other. We've
Right.
never had one conversation about altering the content of the program to get more listeners. That has never happened.
Never.
Ever.
Never. No.
No, because I don't think
Never.
that way, and I know the rest of you don't think that way either.
Right.
We just
Right.
do things one way.
Yeah.
Let's move on to this. You, and as I think people now know, you asked me a question that ended up being the last one in the Q&A episode from a couple weeks ago. And you had asked me about, where is Unfound headed? And I tried to give my best answer to that. And, where did that question come from, and how would you answer that question?
Yeah, basically the same way that you did. I see Unfound as being, you are interviewing these people, and that's a lot of data that's coming in. And that data can be taken and used in future disappearances. Somebody goes missing, well, let's call Unfound and see, if we could compile that information somehow and, be the leader of, okay, well, here's, what we know from past interviews, past experiences, and plug that into some sort of, formula or database or whatever it is to prevent or to lead or to help law enforcement and the families in their search.
Right. Right. That's one of the things we're trying to do. Yes, is learn.
I mean, and even if it never, ever gets to that, it's still a wonderful thing that is happening, because these cases, after a while, after a period of time, nobody's talking about them. You might get a yearly update, for the memorial or whatever, but as time goes by, people tend to forget about them, and Unfound can come in and remind everybody, hey, this person is still missing. This family hasn't forgotten. Here is what happened. And again, people can talk about it, discuss it, bring their ideas to the group, the think tank, the live show, and all of that information can be taken back to the family. And you never know when it's going to be that piece of information that might turn that case a different direction.
That's right. You mentioned the think tank. Being that you are in there every week, why don't you tell the listeners a little bit about the think tank, your experiences with it? We've been doing that, for easily over a year now. Why don't you talk a little bit about it?
Yeah, so the idea behind the think tank really was based kind of on web sleuth, where there's hundreds of thousands of people that go in there and discuss these cases. And I thought, well, wouldn't it be cool if there was a group of people that just focused on one case and was able to not only talk to the person that interviewed them, but that person could also take those ideas back to the family to use. And so that's kind of what has happened. We've created a little community where people listen to the episodes and they bring their life experiences and their thought processes to the group, and they're able to, come up with things that nobody has thought of before.
Right.
And that's very important in a disappearance that's, been sitting on the shelf for 10 years and there's nothing new. Nobody's thought of anything new.
And listeners should know the think tank was your idea, right?
Yeah.
That's right. Right.
Yeah.
It was the listener, and as I think the assistants know, I have no problem giving people credit where credit is due if they come up with a great idea that is not my own. And you were the one that came up with the idea. Now I named it. I was the guy that eventually came up. Well, I like the name think tank, But you were the one, because we had been talking, and once again, I think this goes back to the confidant role, that we were talking about, is there something else we can do on Patreon for these people? You know, who are giving money,
Right.
who are contributing to the program, what else can we do? And one of the ideas that you came up with is maybe more access to me, or, you know, on a more personal level. And then we started talking about, you know, we could do this thing, you know, you said, well, we could do this thing where we talk about the disappearance and, you know, really get into the nuts and bolts of it. And you were the person that came up with that.
Yeah, it's like a forum.
Yeah.
It's a forum
right.
where we can discuss the cases and we can be frank and, you know, we don't have to hold back on what we're thinking or what our ideas are.
Right.
It's really a very cool thing.
Right, and we have disagreements, but the discussion
Definitely.
is, we have discussions that are very calm and, you know, orderly and mature. And oftentimes...
Yeah, it's very rare that we all agree on anything.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing, though.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, why would you want to, you know...
Right.
Of course you want a think tank. You want to go where people are thinking.
That's right. That's why we call it a think tank.
Right.
Yeah, and oftentimes what happens? Most of the members in the think tank disagree with me. I often find myself in the minority, and that's no problem either. So we have a good time there.
Yeah.
Once again, patreon.com/Unfound Podcast.
Let's move on. I should be typing that out in my little.
Okay. Yeah, let's move on to this. We already mentioned Amanda Fravel's case. You got involved helping her sister get the page started. Of course, the page is still out there that anybody wants to go to it for Amanda Fravel. What are some other cases that have been landmark ones for you personally? It sounds like Kristen Montefiores was the first one you listened to when you found out about the podcast, but maybe some other ones that in your mind, when you think of Unfound, the ones that you think of that were special to you?
Well, Brandon Williams, of course, because I love Stormy. I think she's an awesome person, And Chris Turner, I became friends with Dawn on Facebook, and, that one, I feel like law enforcement let her down, just to be honest.
Yeah.
And they haven't really done much to find him. In fact, I don't think I just feel like they really let her down that one. Cameron Rimmer, that was a good one because there was a lot of work that went into that one, and I really only did like maybe 5% of it, but it was cool working on that and seeing how it all came together. Zoe Campos, of course, and the Miller Haynes, Thomas Brown. I mean, you can't be an Unfound fan and not love Thomas Brown's case.
Right. I think that's probably...
Also, a kind of an odd one for me, I guess, is Del Kerstetter.
Huh.
Really interested in finding out the outcome on that case.
I just
have this vision of Dale being on a beach somewhere with a pina colada, Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. I guess those are
some of the ones that come to mind.
Jonathan Estes case,
Yeah, of course, Heather Grotman, who was the guest for Dale Kerstetter, was just on the program again recently for Christy Nicholas.
Yeah, she's great.
She does a great job.
She's amazing.
Absolutely.
She really does.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've never asked you this, but I'm going to ask you this right now. Even though you, of course, assist me with the program, are there other podcasts that you listen to?
There really aren't any podcasts that I listen to on a regular basis, except for I do listen to the Dateline podcast because I don't have local channels, so I listen to that podcast I think they put one out every 3 days or something like that. So I follow that, and then I listen to regularly. I listen to Court Junkie, and it's a podcast about a court case, basically.
Okay.
Other than that, I got into Culpable, but it's not a reoccurring. It just followed one case, and when it was done, it's done. I enjoyed that podcast. But other than that, I don't really listen to any on a regular basis.
Okay.
Except Unfound.
Okay. Now, I know that I've gotten this question a few times over the last 6 months, and I'm still not sure what I'm going to do about it. But you and I, maybe not recently, but maybe also within the last 6 months, have talked about you getting your private investigator license. Where does that stand right now? Do you think that'll happen, or what?
Actually, being a private investigator was something that I've always wanted to be as far back as I can remember. 12, 13, I was telling my mom, I'm going to be a private investigator. And like you said, recently I have thought about it more, and the more I look into it, it just doesn't seem like it's something that I would want to do. I've seen a lot of PIs that have been getting sued for millions of dollars, so I know that the insurance that you have to carry on that position is going to be hefty. You've got to pay a lot of money to go to the school to be the private investigator. And at this point in my life, it's just, I don't think that it's something that I would want to do, but that could change. It could be something in the future that I might want to do.
Now, the thing is, you've already said that you live in Texas, but it's not cheap to become one in Texas either. That's
like $5,000.
Yeah.
And that's, just to get the license, and then they want you to, kind of apprentice, I guess, with a private investigator's office. And I mean, you do have to consider that you're going to, if something doesn't go right, I mean, I'm not going to say anybody's name, but I know private investigators that have been sued for millions of dollars for things that they've done or said or things they didn't do. It's carrying insurance on that. It's going to be a hefty monthly bill that you're going to have to factor into that.
Right.
And it's going to be a while before you're making any income. Just all those things factor into my life right now.
Yeah. And you have a career. You
right.
you already have your own career that you seem to be doing very well in. I don't know what you get paid, but it's something you've been doing for a while, and you even admitted that you kind of do a unique job in that position. So, where would you have time to use the license anyway? Right. But, the interesting thing, Cheree, is, I've talked to, and I know you haven't personally talked to her, but I know who she is. You know who she is, Caroline Lowe. She lives in California. She just got her PI license within the last couple years. And, she's not licensed, she's licensed, but she doesn't have an office. She doesn't have she hasn't incorporated anything, but just getting her license, at least in California, gives her access to, some databases and some other things that, regular people like us don't get. And so, if I believe that's the case in Florida, I might actually think about it, but,
for that purpose, it would be worth it. If you aren't going to try to support yourself with the income that comes from the business, and you're just going to do it, to aid in certain situations.
Right. But like you said, at least in Texas, paying $5,000 and then all the other things you mentioned, that's a lot of work to just have access, to a few databases, right? That's
right.
It doesn't
right.
know. And it's similar.
At least right now,
Yeah, and it's similar in Florida. I don't know if it's $5,000, but the things you mentioned about apprenticeship and stuff is certainly true here in Florida. Whereas I've been told in a state like Iowa, you don't have to do anything. It's like anybody can get a license anytime. So so it's just a little different state by state. But I thought that that I would bring that up, being that you and I have talked about that. Let's move on.
I mean,
please.
It's definitely something that I would be interested in. It's just not right for my life right now.
Right.
You know,
Okay.
could change.
Yeah, okay. Let's move on to this, and I also asked Emily this question. I want you to be as honest as possible. What has it been like working with me over the last not quite 2 years? Maybe something that people might be surprised by you working with me that maybe the listeners might not know. Something.
I mean, I really can't say anything negative about. I really can't. It's been great. I think that anytime we have or I know for me personally, when I have an idea or a thought, it's at least listened to. You don't, and if you don't agree with it, then of course you will tell me. I think we have an honest, great working relationship.
Yeah.
You know?
I think so too.
I mean, a lot of times we do disagree, but it's done in a debate kind of way and respectful, and it's just been great, really.
Yeah.
It's been a good experience.
Something that I think of, like within the last 6 months, was that you were the one who came to me, and of course I think you got together with the other assistants who will eventually be heard on this episode. They appointed you to come to me and say, "Hey Ed, I think you got to do something about the lighting for the live show," right?
Right. Yeah.
Right? Is that not how that worked?
That is how it worked. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we're women and you're a man, and so you know there are certain areas where we can soften things up and make them prettier. And you were receptive, though. You know, in fact, I remember the conversation where all of us were in a group talking, and they said, okay, this, and this, and I went and told you this, and this, and you're like, okay, and I went back to them, and I'm like, well, what did he say? And I said, basically, he said, okay. I mean,
that was how it worked.
Simple.
It was that simple. And within a week, I had ordered the lights, and I now use them to this day.
Exactly.
And it looks a hell of a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, that is one thing that I will say, that you've been very receptive to things for the program, about the program, ideas. You know, even if it's not something that you put into place, you still consider it and think about it. And that's all anybody really wants to be a part of, is something where everybody's heard. And, you know, the creative ideas coming from everybody about the program, because you know that all of us just want success for the program.
Right. That's true. I agree with that. And I have, as interviewing all of you for this episode, I think that I mention all of you, and I think everybody understands this is not a one-man show. It used to be at the beginning, but, since Emily, and then you, and then Karie, then Heather, and Eric, and Natasha, it's not a one-man show, and I don't want anybody to ever think that, ever. It's
pretty cool that we all have our own little things that we do.
Yeah.
Even though they overlap sometimes, basically we all have our own little positions that we do that support the program. And it's kind of cool the way it works.
Yeah. Now, and that brings me to my next question, being that you say that sometimes things overlap. You have also had the opportunity, like Emily does, of course, that's all she does, but you've also had the opportunity to reach out to some families, for the first time. In fact, just before this conversation, we were talking about a person who contacted me, and then I said, hey, Cheree, would you like to, call this person and talk to her and, see what she has to say? And you did that. What's that experience, been like for you? I know you haven't done it as much as Emily, but you have done, you've certainly brought some people to the program. What's that been like for you?
Yeah, I like it. The families are wanting someone to talk to, and being that first line of person, especially, well, I'm not going to say that. I'm a woman. I'm a little bit softer emotionally. Coming in, you can kind of get that first barrier of the emotions and all of that, and then we can okay, get down to what's going on here, what are the facts, and then you come in and really go in depth with the interview and get a lot of talk about the facts and make it known to everybody. I mean, I've enjoyed it. I haven't done it, like you said, very much, but the ones that I have done, I've enjoyed.
Okay. Good, because I know once again, you've done a few, and it's not like they've all been stacked up in a row. It's been one maybe every 4 months or something like that. It just, depends. And you've brought some people to the program that you've just kind of found on your own. So,
yeah, and I know anytime I've ever sent you, hey, I've been following personally this case, and I'd like to talk to the family. What do you think? And you're always like, yeah, let's do it.
Yep.
Get it started. See where we can go. Let's do this.
Let's get it done. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Anything else you want to say, Cheree? This is your interview. I'm just asking the questions. Anything else that you think the listeners should know about? Maybe things that you've experienced, things you've seen behind the scenes. Anything like that?
I just want to say thank you to you, really, for allowing me to be a part of this. It's something that's huge, and again, I'm not talking about numbers, but I'm talking about for families, for humanity, and helping these people find their missing loved ones. I can't imagine anything greater. And even if it is just about them having a moment where they get to talk about their family member, what happened, and people are listening, that's a great cause to be a part of. And I thank you for letting me do what I can do to help.
We're very welcome, Cheree. You've certainly made the program better. Certainly. And I know that it's been important to me to, once again, in one of the roles that you play, to be able to talk to somebody about the program itself. Somebody who knows what's going on behind the scenes, but also somebody that I know is going to tell me the truth. When I ask them about, and that's kind of the role that you've played. And, I certainly needed somebody like that, and it was great to find you in 2018, for sure. For sure.
Wow. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I don't, as I told Emily in our first interview, I don't want to ever be in a situation where it's kind of the emperor has no clothes. Everybody's afraid to say something because they're afraid of getting kicked out or offending him or anything. I always want to make sure that that's not the kind of environment we have.
It's never been that way, and I think your live shows have never been that way. Think Tank has never been that way. Anything that you have done surrounding Unfound, I don't think anybody gets that impression.
All right, good. Well, you keep me in line, Cheree. That's your job. Okay. Okay.
I think I'm going to give that to Heather.
Okay. Well, she'd love that job, and she's going to be heard before this is over too. She's going to get to talk too. So we'll see what she has to say. I haven't done that interview yet that people should know, but I'm sure that will be a very spirited conversation for sure.
Yeah, it's a really good group of people that really have the same goal, and although we disagree on many things, we still agree on that common goal for Unfound. And that's what keeps us all tied together.
Yeah, great.
So we're all very different. We're all very different.
Absolutely. It's true. Cheree, any last words?
No.
That's it?
Just thank you.
Okay. And
y'all tune in.
Yeah.
To the live shows and to the Think Tank.
On Sunday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern if you're on Patreon. Got to be a premium member at $12 a month or more. But everybody who's been in there says it's well worth it because...
And just reading the blog alone is worth the $2 a month, honestly.
Yep.
If, everybody can fit $2 a month into the budgets to read the blog.
Yep, you get it, although it wasn't this week because it was weird circumstances, but at least 3,000 words a week that I write for that blog. So, yep, patreon.com/Unfound Podcast. So,
definitely.
Well, Cheree, thank you for joining me on this episode.
Thanks for having me, Ed.
You're welcome. I'm so happy to have on the program another one of the team members for Unfound, Karie. Karie, welcome to Unfound.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good today. It's a beautiful day. We're doing this interview on May 5th, 2020, and it is absolutely beautiful here. How is it where you are?
Pretty good.
Pretty
for change.
Good. Okay. Let's talk a little bit, just give the listeners a little bit of your background. I don't know if you want to exactly say where you're from, but maybe a little about yourself, your family, etc.
I'll say where I'm from. I live in mid-Missouri currently. I'm working on getting our house completed so we can get moved to West Texas. Engaged to a pretty awesome man. I have 4 children of my own.
Wow.
I have 2 of which are married, and then my fiance has 3 kids. So between us, we have 9 children, and then I have 4 grandchildren.
Wow.
We have a very busy household, always.
Wow.
I currently work in retail right now, but prior I was a 911 dispatcher for my county.
Yeah.
For about 7 years.
Yeah.
And I've been involved in missing persons in one shape or another for about 11.
Wow. Well, we're certainly going to get into that, but I want to talk about all these kids and grandkids that you have, Karie. I have to admit, I knew, of course, you had some children, but I didn't know you had that many. And those grandkids, do they all live near you? Do you all get together like for holidays and things, or what?
3 boys live in West Texas with their mama. We get them through the summer.
Mm-hmm.
And then when we can actually get down to Texas as well, it's not easy for both of us to get a day off at the same time. It was 15 hours one way, 15 and a half, just one way.
Right.
And sometimes I define speed limit a little bit, but that's okay.
Uh-huh.
But my kids, I have one in the next town over. They're about 10 minutes away with my oldest and my youngest grandbaby, which the youngest one you've heard about.
Uh-huh. Bentley.
Bentley, your biggest fan.
Uh-huh.
And he still loves the shows. Every Wednesday he sits at Mommy's computer and watches YouTube.
That's fun.
Watches your live show. That's what time he's still now.
I love it.
He's 2. No, excuse me. He's 1. His big brother, Eli, is 3, and just goes, and is too smart. My next grandson, number 2, and my oldest child live in Columbia, which is about an hour from me. And then grandson number 3, and which is my second child, baby, it lives in Kansas, and her husband is full-time Army.
Wow. That's fantastic. You're making up for me, Karie. I don't have any kids, so between us, I think we have it. We've hit about the average.
You decide you want some for around for a little bit. Just give me a holler.
Okay. All right. Well, don't hold your breath. You mentioned your 911 experience, and I want the listeners to know that none of the rest of the people who work on Unfound, myself, Cheree, Emily, Heather, Natasha, or Eric, none of us have the experience that Karie does in this particular area, and she's really been able to, educate us on some of the things that go on behind the scenes, because Karie has experienced a lot. Let's talk about that. How did you first get into that, and what brought you to work for 911?
I grew up in public service. My dad was a volunteer firefighter and a paramedic. My mom was a nurse. My stepdad was an officer. And I took my EMT license, but I tried it twice to test, and for whatever reason, I just could not. That was the only test I've never been able to pass. And I said, well, genetically, public service is in my genes, I guess. And this was a way to get in it, and the county had an opening, and actually it took me 2 attempts to get on there. The first time I missed it by just a few points passing the test to qualify, and then the second time I totally blew it out of the water and got in, and it's never left me. Even though I've left the job has never left me.
Yeah. And
I
so,
miss it every day.
And so how many years did you do that? What did you experience in doing that?
The position I had, or the dispatch center I worked for, we just did police and fire, just like that's not much, right?
Okay.
I did it for about 7 years. I still randomly have somebody of the officers or even new and old dispatchers call me and say, "Hey, Karie, if you had this situation."
Yeah.
And I'm glad that we're still all super close. It was one of the best departments I think I could ever got on.
Wow.
We handled anything from regular civil complaints of I loaned my girlfriend my car and she didn't bring it back and I want to file a report, to murders and suicides, and I've actually had a couple of missing persons cases pop up on my desk. Well, quite a few missing person cases pop up on my desk. 2 of which I took, and one was literally seconds away from being an Amber Alert.
Wow.
Like my finger was over the button to hit send when we found the children.
So you did you actually take the 911 calls from people, or is a dispatcher a different position? Once again, I'm not familiar with this. Maybe you can explain it to the listeners.
Okay, so most larger agencies will have a call taker who actually takes the call, and then the dispatcher who sends the help. I did everything. For the majority of the 7 years I was with the county, I worked overnight shift from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Weekends, holidays, didn't matter. They were all work day. Which is something most people don't understand. We don't take off for holidays. We don't get to take off because we're sick. Once we come into that building, we sit down at that desk. We don't get up for 8, 10, 12 hours. We're lucky to run to the restroom. We eat our lunch there. We live at that desk for that many hours a day. I did both. The calls, and while taking the calls, I was simultaneously sending the help. I was getting all the pertinent information from the caller and trying to calm the caller down to get all the pertinent information while sending the police or getting on another phone and calling the next agency over to send the ambulance or whatever help needed to be at the time.
Okay.
While running all the information for the officers and finding information and pinging phones and and the walk-up window at the same time.
Would you, it sounds, I guess to the rest of us, maybe it sounds very stressful. Is it a stressful job, or was it stressful for you? Did you need a break once in a while?
Yeah. If you're going to get into this field, one thing I highly, highly, highly recommend is find something that grounds you. Most people say, don't take the call home with you, don't take the work home with you. It's impossible. If you've got any heart whatsoever, it's going to happen. Find somebody who can relate, that you can talk to and talk it out. If anybody wants to get into this field, feel free to reach out to me because I understand. I get it. Find someone you can talk it out with, because while you're not on the scene to actually see the ugly, horrific stuff, the dispatcher's job is to form a mental picture so they can get as much information as they can and relay as much as you can to the officer without being on scene. So you tend to build a lot of mental images. So you want to get that information to your officers, your firefighters, whatever. So one, they know what's going on. 2, they know the best approach to handle the situation. But 3, ultimately, your job is to make sure they go home safe. Everybody goes home with the same amount of holes they left with. That is ultimately what you're responsible for. And it's hard to do when you're sitting in a chair with a headset on and a radio and a phone, and that's how you're keeping them safe. But find someone that you can talk to, you can vent to, get it out, don't hold it in. That was one of my biggest mistakes, is I held it in, which is why I'm not doing it now, quite honestly. It took a huge mental toll on me. Find a hobby on your days off. Don't worry about the responsible stuff. The house cleaning is going to be there. The laundry is going to be there. All that's going to be there for you. Use one of your days off for nothing downtime in your hobby. Pay for yourself. Mine was taking road trips and playing with my camera. I would have my car packed on my quote-unquote Friday and car gassed up, and I changed clothes when I walked in the office, and when my shift was over, I went to the restroom, I changed my clothes, got in my car, and I drove 6, 7, 8 hours and just stayed the night wherever I landed and got out my camera and explored places. I kind of got a little bit of gypsy heart, but it helped me. It helped me get through a lot of it. But find a hobby. Use it. Okay? To use your hobby. Use your days off. Take advantage of your vacation time and your personal time. They're given to you for your health and your well-being and your safety, and they're important. Take them. They might be short work, but if you're burned out and end up in a hospital somewhere because you didn't take care of you, you're still not doing your team again.
Is there a call in particular that sticks out in your mind? You talked about this Amber Alert that I guess wasn't quite an Amber Alert, but is there a particular day or shift that you remember, that you can, maybe typifies something, your work during this time?
The Amber Alert was a big one for me because everybody finds their niches when they get into any kind of a career. My niche was always the missing persons. I was involved in before. I was a dispatcher. That was always my niche. And so, of course, the Amber Alert one, any missing persons case, we have one of the missing persons cases that I got a call from a neighbor saying that a girl was being dragged out of her home, screaming and yelling, and the guy had a gun. They were able to give me a vehicle description, but no plates, which we did come to find out the plates wasn't done me any good because it was a rental car, or a new purchase vehicle, sorry, so it wasn't even registered yet. We ended up finding her, and she was screaming and yelling, because they were fighting. And we did not find a gun. Both of them claimed that there was no gun involved. Who knows what the neighbor saw? They were looking down the street through a window. Yeah. But because, as we've talked about in shows before, sometimes eyewitnesses, although they're helpful, sometimes they're a hindrance as well.
Yeah, they can be.
Sometimes they see things that they don't actually see. They think they see something they don't actually see. And although we're grateful for witnesses because it gives us a jump start, sometimes you got to weed through what the witness gives you as well, and you don't know what to weed through sometimes. And that's why sometimes, although on TV it looks like they can solve everything and have all the information in an hour's time, there were days that it would take me an hour just to find a vehicle. So, and it's not like it is on TV as much as we want it to be.
Not.
We don't
surely
have
not.
all this technology that they
surely
show
not.
on TV.
Yeah, surely not. In doing that work for those years and dealing with police and officers, do you think that maybe you can maybe a little more easily identify with them? Obviously, we talk a lot about police on the program. We talk about how they seem to not take missing persons cases as seriously as they should, especially if the person missing is an adult, and maybe if that person maybe has a drug issue or something like that. Did you perceive that in your work, or do you have a different attitude on that?
Well, the agency that I come from and my neighboring agencies, fortunately, are not like that. Well, even to this day, they would have to listen to me, because if there's someone missing in the area, I'm the first one they're seeing, because I'm in their face going, let's do something about this. We had a case here in Pettis County that somebody was missing, and the only reason anybody knew they were missing is because I found them on the Highway Patrol website, which means there was a missing persons entry done, but nothing was said about it. So I went straight to the agency and said, what's this? Well, he walked away. Okay, well, how come we're not telling anybody about it? And I jumped in the middle of them, and then finally I got the information from them. I put it out myself. So, I mean, but that one, though, I will give them this. They had a pretty good idea where he was at. In fact, they were positive. They knew where he was. He was avoiding them when they go to the house and they'd knock and nobody would answer the door. You can't kick the door in to make sure somebody's there or not.
Right.
Because you've got to walk that very fine line of the right to privacy and safety.
So you worked as a dispatcher, 911 operator for about 7 years. When did you, I guess you, to use the word, quit that job? When did you stop doing that?
I quit dispatching about 2.5, 3 years ago.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember. I think it was like January or February of 2017.
All right, so a little over 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and when did you first hear about Unfound? How did you find Unfound? And then we'll get into how you came to be part of the team. But when did you first hear about it? How did you find it?
I found Unfound completely by accident. So I was working on a personal project that I was doing to work on some kind of training for my guys. And if that worked, then I was going to expand out to other agencies. And so I knew the Cheree Project was a really good resource, but I wanted the background on it. I didn't want to just say, here's a Cheree Project. I wanted to say how it became. And so I was doing some research, and I Googled Cheree Project and found Megan Good was the owner of it. And then I found the Unfound episode where you had interviewed Megan.
Mm-hmm.
And listened to that, and then I listened to it again. And then, in fact, I was listening to it at work one day, and they're like, what are you listening to? One of my deputies. And then he started listening to some of the shows. I don't think he's like a regular listener, but I think he listens quite often.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think my fire and passion for missing persons kind of struck him a little bit. And so he's really good about it too now, which is a good thing. That's my goal. And then I was putting together just a little mini course for my guys. Some of the things that the families experienced, and we have to be a little harder to survive the career on some of it. And we may seem completely, totally emotionless, but that's not the case at all. We just have to try to protect ourselves a little bit too so we can continue to help people. So I was trying to get across to them how some of the families that are left behind, wondering, questioning, whatnot, and then some of the resources that not only we could use as an agency, but families can use themselves. Because families are the best advocate. People can go out there, myself or others, can go out there and advocate all day long, but no one's going to advocate for your loved one like you, in most cases. And advocating sometimes means doing the work. That's one reason I enjoy being with Unfound. We don't just jump on the first missing case as soon as they're missing. We want them to be gone a little bit because family needs to do the work. But if they don't know how to do it,
right,
that's part of the problem. And that's one of the things I wanted to teach is teach officers so they could teach families how to do some of that work themselves. Because sometimes, like my agency, we had 16 full-time officers, and we had 2 detectives. We didn't have a missing persons unit.
No.
We had, in fact, most of the time, my deputies did their own investigating, their own work, and then they passed it on to the investigator. He looked over things, filled in the blanks, and then sent it on to the prosecutor. More agencies than not are small, like the one I worked for. And they just don't have the manpower because, you've got someone missing out there, but at the same time, you've got 9 robberies going on, 15 stolen cars, and murders and suicides and everything else going on as well. So they can't just dedicate one person to one case. They just don't have as much as they want to, they just don't have the manpower for it. I mean, they work as they can, and they work everything in together as they can because that's what they've got the manpower for. So situations like right now is unprecedented with virus and everything else going on, but that just makes manpower even smaller because you've got people who are affected by that, who are not working.
So you went to the Cheree Project, and you heard the interview that I did. Must have been November 2016 is when I did that interview, I think, with Megan. And you maybe didn't hear it right at the time, but you were still working for 911 when you heard that interview then?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, had you ever listened to any true crime podcasts before? Did you get it, like, watch Disappeared? Did you watch Unsolved Mysteries back in the day? Any of those things?
When I was a kid, there was Unsolved Mysteries and stuff like that. But I was never really into podcasts before.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't listen to them. Once in a blue moon, something will pop up and I'll listen to it, and I can't even get on. I'm going to show my bias here. I can't even get halfway through most episodes before I'm like, nope, can't do it, and I turn it off.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
I have to stay engaged. If I cannot stay engaged, I get bored quick, and I'm off doing something else with my little ADHD mind. I'm doing 9 things at once.
Yeah.
I'm sure you and the rest of the team has noticed that when I'm doing something, I'm doing like 15 things at one time.
It does seem, Karie. It does seem. It does seem. That's true. All right, so you found the program then you eventually, I'm not saying you've listened to all, maybe you have listened to all the episodes, but you started listening, and then do you remember the first conversation you and I ever had? Do you remember us meet? Of course, Karie and I have not met in person, but do you remember the first conversation you and I had on online?
It was during one of the live shows. I do not remember the exact case, and of course, there's been a lot of them that law enforcement has been less than stellar.
Yeah.
But one of the first ones that I had listened to, I'd listened to the episode, and then I had been listening for a little bit, and then it dawned on me that you did a live show. So I started watching the live show one night, and you was talking about how law enforcement wasn't being what they should be in that specific case, and I think I argued with you a little bit in the live show. But
okay.
But I've always been one to express my opinion, so.
Okay.
I wasn't rude about it, I don't think.
I don't remember that, but if I did, you wouldn't be on the team anymore, Karie.
Right, I know.
Okay, I don't remember that, but if you say it, I'm not here to dispute that. I'm going to say that's true if you said it. I just don't remember. Okay, so you with the live show. Now, I have to admit, I don't remember. I think it had something to do with Cheree that you ended up being one of the administrators for the group. Is that right? Is that how I remember it, or do you remember it differently?
I really don't remember. I just remember you messaging me one day and saying, hey, I need an admin for the discussion group. Are you up for it? I think Cheree might have suggested me because by that point, I've been in the group for like 3 years. I was listening to the live show for several weeks prior. Before that, I was listening to the episode several weeks prior. But I think it was just one of those that I was starting to interact a lot, not just on the live show, but also in the discussion group. And I think the points I was making, and Cheree and I would talk about it, and usually just in the group or whatnot, or her and I would it seemed like it didn't take long that her and I agreed a lot, especially during the live show. In fact, it got to be a running joke where if the three, you, me, and her, all three agreed, mark it on the calendar.
Yeah. Yes. That's still true, probably.
So I think that's kind of probably how my name ended up coming up. I don't know that for a fact.
I think that's right.
That's probably how it happened.
I think that's right, because Cheree came on as an assistant sometime in the summer of 2018. Like I said, Cheree and I have already done our interview, but somewhere around Amanda Fravel, which was the summer of 2018, which is right around Tom Brown and Zoe Campos. Sean Ginyard is also right in that little cluster of disappearances. And then it does occur to me that sometime after that is when later in 2018 is when you started being an administrator for the group, because I was looking for somebody who could kind of oversee it sometimes, when I couldn't. Yeah. I
think I started administrating just before. I could be wrong, but I think I started administrating just before the Tom Brown episode. Wow. I think I was only doing like a week or two, and then the Tom Brown episode came out, and then. Okay. Well, it needed more work.
Okay. All right. I'm not sure about that. I have to admit, Cheree and I did not talk about that during our interview, But
I could
that's,
be wrong, but
that's
maybe I was just being
interesting.
bossy when that episode came out.
Okay,
And that's
maybe,
what did it.
maybe. It seems to me, because I know Cheree joined me first, and then you were after that, and it does seem to me that Cheree did recommend. She had been talking to you. She said, I think Karie might be good to be an administrator of the group because she's in there. She's always engaging, and I think you can trust her, with her looking out for everything. So I'm gonna guess it was sometime later in 2018, but you may very well be right. Were you not also the person you did a video for Angie Arnell? Was that you?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about that. Maybe listeners maybe forget about that now. And I know I have that video somewhere. Maybe is it still on the YouTube channel? I'm going to check that. But you went down and you did a YouTube video for Unfound of where Angie Arnell lived, because you live in Missouri, not far from where she disappeared.
Yeah, I live within 30, 45 minutes of where she disappeared. When I heard about the case, I heard about her case coming up, and then I did a little research on it myself before the episode came out, and I'm like, I know ID Ben. I used to be there all summer long. My ex-mother-in-law has a cabin pretty near the area. In fact, pretty near her house that she lived in.
Mm-hmm.
But, well, it won't take me nothing. I've got nothing going on. I'm just going to jump in the car and go down there. And so my roommate and I got in the car, and we went down, and as I'm driving through, in fact, I just got that vehicle. Thank goodness it was four-wheel drive, because some of the roads are less than stellar.
Yeah.
I was driving, and my roommate was using my phone to film, and, of course, we couldn't do it live because where it's at, it's in a big hole, big valley, and nobody gets cell phone signal down there at all. It's hard for a lot of people to understand that, but some very, very rural areas get no cell phone service, and that's one of them. So we had to record the whole thing first, and then once I got out of ID Band and up more a higher ground, I was able to share it, but it still took most of my drive home for it to finally upload.
Yep. To me, I remember you becoming administrator, but I remember that probably being the first time where it's like, oh, that's Karie. Oh, I gotcha. Because you had contacted me and said you were going to do that, and I was like, great. And then you went down and did that, and, that, of course, left another distinct impression on me as well. And I'm going to, now that we're talking about that, I will have to find that video again, and I wonder if it's on YouTube. I think it is. But I will.
It is. I think Natasha asked me about where it was at or something, so I don't know if that was real clear, and so I let her know where it was, I think. Okay. So I think it's on there. I'm pretty positive it is.
All right. Well, I'm going to link to it before Friday so people can see some of your early Unfound work. I'm going to do that. Okay. Well, let's talk about the group. You've been an administrator in there for, I'm going to say, it's 2020, maybe a year and a half now, something at least, maybe more than that. We're just not quite sure about the timeline. But what's it like keeping an eye on everything that goes in there and goes on in there? And, just tell the listeners about that.
Well, most of the time, we've got pretty amazing members. Most of the time I don't have to, really ding my shiny badge. Most of the time it's pretty chill, and occasionally I just don't even make a comment about it. I just see something and I just delete it, or I screenshot it, send it to you, and delete it. But I haven't even had to do that in a long time. Fortunately, we've had some situations where it's been a bit sketchy, and I'm deleting more comments than are staying, only because the unnecessary drama isn't needed in a situation like that. Families are dealing with enough without people on the outside looking in, making unnecessary comments and stuff. The first thing I do is above everybody, I protect the family members of the cases and the guests. The guests and the direct people we know who are directly related. I do that first. And then it's everybody else's feelings, because in my opinion, if it's not for the guests, we don't have shows.
It's true.
So the ones I protect first, and then I protect everybody else's feelings. And sometimes I got to be the heavy and delete stuff, but fortunately we don't have a lot of issues with that, mostly because we don't just let everybody with a 2-day-old Facebook into the group either. So.
Right. I can, I agree with you that we have had some drama here and there, but not a lot. I mean, the group has been around since late 2016, and so it's like 3.5 years old itself. Not quite as old as the podcast, but almost as old. And we have over 7,000 members in there, but you and I and Heather, who hasn't been interviewed yet, we can all see the blocked list, and there's really not that many people.
Yeah, there's not. I bet there's probably 10 or less.
No, there's more than that, but it
10
may
or
be
less that was actually in the group at one time.
Yeah.
The majority of our block list, though, I think is people who's had a 2-day-old Facebook that you go and check, because I'm not going to lie, if you send a request to join the group, I am scoping out your Facebook, and if it looks sketchy, you're getting denied. If your Facebook's less than 6 months old, you're probably getting denied unless you reach out to me, Heather, you, Cheree, and let us know, hey, I had to make a new one. That's different. But if you've got a 3-day-old Facebook and there's nothing on there but scamming stuff, you're not getting accepted. And not only am I denying you, I'm just blocking you.
That's right.
So you're not doing it again.
That's right. I guess what I'm saying is there have been very few people although I know some of their names off the top of my head, and you do too, and we're not going to name them.
Right.
Very few people have been blocked because of things that they said in the group. Although there are people, there's really not that many.
Right.
And in fact,
only the ones that it takes a lot for me to actually block anybody from the group that they're in.
Yeah.
If I've blocked you, you've done some serious sketch stuff, and I'm not going to apologize for it.
Yeah. And the listeners should know, you don't have to ask me to do that. I've given you and Heather, the 100% support in, blocking people. You don't have to say, well, I'm going to block this person. You do it. You just do it.
Right. In fact, I blocked one girl one time. I blocked several. One that sticks out, I'm not mentioning names obviously, but one sticks out in my mind the most is I blocked her because she was being extremely hateful to a family member. And when I blocked her, she sent me this really long, profanity-filled hate message. And in fact, you guys all know about it because I let you guys know what's going on. And after a while, we talked about it, and I'm like, okay, if you feel better, now let's discuss the issues. And we discussed it. She apologized. I let her back in, and she apologized to the family she was hateful to and explained her a little bit about it, but then realized she was wrong. And she was back in for quite a while, and then she went back to it again, so I blocked her, and I'm not letting her back in.
I remember that. I remember that, too. I remember that, too. Now, if you've ever gotten a comment deleted in the group or something, it's either Karie, myself, or Heather who has done it, but it's more likely that it was Heather or Karie who did it. Now, you, myself, and Heather have a running joke, though, between the three of us regarding how you will kick somebody out and then I will let the person back in.
Yes.
Why don't you tell the listeners about that?
There's been more than one time that either Heather or myself, and it's typically when Heather does it, and I'm not quite sure if it's just a thing or what, but that hits it faster. We'll kick somebody out of the group for whatever legitimate reason, and then like 3 days later we notice that they're in a commenting again, and we're like, how'd they get back in? Or you will ask us, why is this person in the group if they're acting like that? Well, we go back and look at the admin tools, and it's usually Edward in capital letters. You did it from Heather. Because you let him back in.
Well, that's...
Don't do that.
Yeah, it's one of those things, I think, where sometimes the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. But I think that shows, though, the autonomy that you two have, is that I really, a lot of times, don't know what you're doing. And it may be that somebody, if you don't block them, of course, if you block them, they can't find the group anymore. But if you just kick them out, then they do have an opportunity to get back in. So,
you just jump on it.
Right.
I know this name, except.
Yeah. See, these are the things you don't know about that go on behind the scenes, listeners. And these are one of the reasons I wanted to interview all of my assistants so you can hear some of these things that, sometimes they're serious, sometimes they're funny, that goes on behind the scenes that you may not realize happen. But
right. We
you
give each
know,
other a hard time a lot, but it's all in love.
that's right. That's right. That's exactly right. And that is a common theme behind the scenes. You've you've been once again in the group for a while. We just passed over 7,000 members. Did you ever think we'd get there?
I didn't think we were going to get to 7,000 members. I didn't. And then one day we've had several episodes done this, that I remember when we were down to about 100, 150. I think it was about 100, 150 when I started.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just seemed like overnight we went to like 1,000 people.
Yeah.
And because we just had that one case that somebody just invited literally everybody on their friends list, and they all jumped in.
Yes.
And then we blinked again, and we were at 250. And then we woke up the next day, and we were at 6,000 something. We're like, let's get to 7.
Yeah.
I remember the push that we did for 5,000 members.
I remember that too.
And that was seems like it was just last week, but that's been, well, it's not even been a year.
Yeah.
But now we're at over 7,000 members, and it doesn't seem like we're slowing down any.
Right.
So.
Now, the listeners should know that you do have a full-time job. In fact, we were talking about that job right before we started this interview, and how busy you've been. Although a lot of people have lost their jobs and been furloughed or whatever over the last 2 months. You have actually been busier than usual. But you still managed to get in your Unfound time, looking at the group, seeing what's going on. How do you go about doing that? Do you monitor it while you're doing other things? And, how much time does that take?
Yeah. Usually I'm monitoring Unfound on my phone as I'm doing stuff on my computer on my time off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm watching Unfound. And I get a lot of notifications. If there's something going on in the group, I get notifications over it. Finally, most of the time. Finally, I'm getting notifications. But on my breaks, I'm scrolling through and checking things, and that's why I usually ninja respond just by dealing with someone. If it needs something to be handled, I just deal with it. Don't even comment about it, because when I'm on break, I don't have time for the bantering. But on my lunch break, on my regular breaks, if I get a regular break, before work, I'm sitting in my car 45 minutes to an hour, and I can go through before I walk in, and then when I walk out, I can do it real quick, and then I drive home, and then I do it some more. But my days off, I usually have Unfound going on my phone while I'm doing stuff on my computer. So that dual screen is an amazing thing on my computer.
Right.
So
right.
I can do a whole bunch of stuff at once with that. So, but I'm working 40 plus hours a week, but I'm still putting in probably 30 hours with Unfound and various other things at the same time. So.
Wow. And I know that, and it should be known that for a while it was just me and you as the administrators, but then Heather came on, and you and her at some point worked out like an hours thing. Like, you take these hours and should take those hours or something. I don't even know if that's still going on, but I know at some point within the last year you two were doing it that way.
Yeah, we almost had to for a little while because we had some drama going on where she was usually up all night for her own various personal reasons, and I was up during the day, so I would watch it during the day, and then she'd tell me, okay, I'm up, and then she'd take over for a while, and then I'd say, okay, I'm going to bed, and then, or she'd say, I'm going to bed, okay, I'm up, and I'd handle it for a while, and it went back and forth, and we would solicit Cheree or Emily or somebody else, hey, if you see something we missed, let us know.
Right.
Because you can't, especially now, back then we were like just shy of 5,000 members. Now we're over 7,000, and although we're on the page, one of us is always on the page all the time. We can't see everything all the time.
No.
That's why we say, if you see something, tag us.
Right, right. And it should be known, I mean, listeners should know that I, of course, keep an eye on the group myself. I know that many listeners know that I respond to them directly if there's something posted in there. I still, of course, do let people into the group, who are requesting to be in there. Of course, I post in the group and see the responses and all those things. But it's certainly nice to have you and Heather devoting as much time as you do to it. I can't tell you how much of a load off of me, you've taken, by doing that.
You're crazy busy, and all of us are crazy busy, and so if one hand is helping the other hand, it makes things a whole lot easier on everybody. So
yeah.
I was grateful to have Heather join in because she joined in at the right time.
yes, and she's going to get interviewed tonight. Okay. So I'm going to ask her a lot of the same questions that I've asked you about the group and everything. And I've asked Emily and I've asked Cheree the same question, so I have to ask you what it has been. You do not have to kiss my butt, but just be honest. What has it been like working with me, talking with me, and my management style, etc.?
You're pretty much a hands-off manager, but it's nice to know that if we have something going on or we have an issue or we see something wrong, we can come to you and say, hey, this is wrong. We need to look at trying to fix it. It doesn't feel like any one specific person is in charge. We're all a legitimate team, and that's kind of nice because in the outside world, it's not usually like that. Managers let you know that they're the manager. Owners let you know that I write the check. But we're all a legitimate team, and we can all interact, and we can all have our say, and we all listen to each other. And if one of us doesn't agree, we can explain why, and then we can go about it from there. And it's nice knowing that if there's something going on, or if I have an issue with something, I can come to you and say, hey, this is a problem, and this is why I think it's a problem, and you'll legitimately listen.
Right.
I don't get that often.
Yeah, as I think I was in my discussion with Emily, I think I said something like, what I do usually is I give somebody who asks, I'd like to help out, I give them a small task and see if they can complete it. See how long it takes and the time that it takes and how well it was done. And if that person continues to accomplish the goal, then at some point they're not on the leash anymore. Then they're on their own. That is kind of my management style because I don't like overlooking people. I don't like it when I've had jobs where I've had supervisors, and I don't like doing it myself. I just want to treat people like adults and just set expectations. And I think that's what you're talking about there. And so that's why with the group, you can block people, you can comment, you can delete comments, and you don't have to ask my permission to do so. All I do is support you and Heather and what you do in there. My complete confidence in that.
Right. We're grateful for that.
Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. Any final words, Karie, before we complete this interview?
For someone who doesn't typically listen to podcasts, I'm glad I found Unfound, and I became part of the team, and I'm grateful you gave us the opportunity to do that. I want to do everything I can to help get this, how is it put on name, the silent epidemic, the silent mass disaster.
Yeah.
I want to give it a voice, and I'm glad to give me the opportunity to help do that.
Karie, you've definitely been an asset to Unfound, and even more so, it's been a pleasure to get to know you the way I have, behind the scenes. And I appreciate all your hard work.
Likewise.
Thanks for joining me on Unfound.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. I now introduce into the program another of my assistants for Unfound, Heather. Heather, how are you doing this evening?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. It was a beautiful day here in Clearwater Beach. How are things where you are? You live in Texas. How are the things there?
It's really pretty here. Doing pretty good.
Okay, good. Now, listeners should know, and we'll get into this a little bit later, that you and I have actually met in person, whereas with Emily, Cheree, Karie, and Natasha, I've not met them in person yet, but you and I had an opportunity to meet in person last summer in Amarillo, and I want to talk about that later. So the listeners, I thought, should know that before we get started. Tell the listeners a little bit about yourself, your background, your family, etc.
I am married. husband and I have been married for 19, almost 20 years.
Wow.
I have 2 daughters, a 16-year-old and a 13-year-old, and a lot of rescue animals.
How many animals, Heather?
I can't say it because technically the dog catcher listens to this program, and I might or may not be illegal.
Okay, that's funny. Listeners, if you're already getting an idea the kind of personality Heather has, that's it right there.
That's it.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yes, okay. And, okay, so you have some pets that some you can't talk about. I understand that. And I have to admit that I'm surprised that you've been married for 19 years because I know that you are quite a bit younger than I am.
Yes. I just turned 39 yesterday.
So you got married when you were 20 or, 18, 19? 19 years old. Wow.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to be 50 this year, and I've not gotten married yet, not even once. Okay. All right. So I've been married 19 years. Congratulations to you. And yes, yesterday was her birthday. And what do you do? What does your husband do? What do you do? Of course, and then we were also talking about what your kids and their education before we started this interview. But tell the listeners a little bit about your work, your education, etc.
Well, my husband was a firefighter paramedic, and unfortunately, he developed PTSD.
Wow.
And had retired from the fire department and went into the oil field. And he, 2.5 years, no, it's been 2 years ago, he went into liver failure. It's called end-stage liver failure.
Wow.
So he is home all the time now on disability, and he needs someone to be with him 24 hours a day.
Wow.
So that would be me.
Yeah.
My background is I did hair for 15 years, and just the wear and the tear on your feet and your hands kind of got to me. So I went into doing office work at a dairy supply store that ended up closing 4 years later. And when it closed, I decided just to start my own business. So I started with T-shirts and signs, hand-painted signs. And now we do door hangers, memorial mason jars, mugs, just a little bit of everything.
Yeah. And in fact, the listeners, maybe I've pointed it out once in a while, but maybe not every show, but the listeners, at least some of them, have seen your work, although they didn't know it. You made the Unfound sign that is in the background of the live show. When I do the YouTube show, both the live show and the think tank, if people can see that Unfound sign on the back, the red and black sign, you made that.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, and it's beautiful. I mean, maybe people don't realize it's hard to tell in the picture, but that's actually wood. That's not a canvas or anything. That's actually wood, and you painted it and made it, and it's really nice. It's really.
Well, thank you.
Have you always had a talent for drawing and painting and things, or is that something you acquired?
I probably always had that. My brother and sister both are very artistic as well, so I think it kind of runs in the family.
Okay. You told me that you got this started because you where you were working in this office shut down. Do you think that you would have started this business eventually anyway, or was this just like, well, I'm not going to work for anybody else anymore? It just, that with the job security and everything, that it was just something that you decided to do right at the time. How did that?
It was just kind of something I decided to do at the time while looking for something new. Just kind of couldn't find anything that around here that other than fast food and stuff like that, and that's not something I wanted to do. So I just kind of started painting a few things for our house, and I'd post them on Facebook, and then I'd have requests to make something, and it just kind of grew.
Neat.
So
good for you.
yeah.
Good for you. And why don't you right now tell people the name of your business, and if you have a Facebook page, I know you do. Why don't you tell them about it right now?
Yes, it's called Heather Alette Design, and that Alette is spelled Aylettee. We have a Facebook page. We have a Facebook group. You can find us on Amazon and Etsy, and we're exploring a few new avenues right now as well. Good.
We're going to come back to that a little later. So you've been doing that for, like you said, about 4 years. And have you always been interested in true crime and mysteries and things, or is that just something that you happened upon becoming one of Unfound's assistants? What's your history with that?
I have always been interested in true crime. A lot of the missing part came when I started seeing PTSD related disappearances and things like that. It really interested me because that's something my husband deals with every day, and I just kind of wanted to learn more. So that's kind of where it started. And then when Samantha, I believe it's Coing in Alaska, came up missing, I just couldn't stop reading updates and stories, trying to see where she had disappeared to. And of course, we all know now that Israel King is who abducted her and murdered her.
Yeah. What was it particularly about her case that caught your attention? I mean, you live in Texas, she's in Alaska. What was it that caught your attention for her in particular, do you think?
I think it was, she had like a streak of green hair, and it just caught my attention because I've had purple hair for many years, a streak of purple through my hair, probably at least 15, 18 years. Okay. So
that's what did it.
Kind of what. Yeah.
Okay.
She was just different, I guess.
Okay, I gotcha. So, and you're going to have to remind me how long ago was that. I'm not an Israel Keys expert on that. Of course, know who he is, but how many years ago was that she was murdered by him?
Oh, I don't even know. It's been at least 10 years.
At least 10 years.
I think. I couldn't tell you the exact year. Now all these cases kind of run together.
Okay, and so there was her, and any other ones that maybe come to mind before you came on Unfound? Any others?
Well, Thomas Brown. I'm from Perryton, Texas originally, and Thomas was born in Perryton. I grew up with his oldest brother. He actually married my best friend from high school, and I was the maid of honor in their wedding. So Thomas and his little brother had the cute little tuxedos and stuff. Just cute little boys. So I guess he grew up, as we all do, and when he became missing, I was actually home for Thanksgiving, and my mom saw the first post on Facebook about Thomas was missing, please keep your eyes out. And so from day one, I guess, from Facebook post number one, we have my entire family has been obsessed with Thomas's case.
So you knew about Tom Brown's disappearance before Unfound knew about Tom's disappearance?
Yes.
You knew about it from day one.
Tom's case is actually what brought me to Unfound.
Okay, and I certainly want to talk about that. Okay. All right, so there was Samantha, right? That's her name, in Alaska.
Yes.
And Tom
Yes.
Brown, of course, who disappeared in November 2016. And Unfound ended up covering his disappearance in June of 2018. Okay, so anything else? Anything on TV? Being that you revealed your age, I mean, were you old enough to maybe watch Unsolved Mysteries? Did you watch like the Disappeared TV show? Anything like that?
We did watch Unsolved Mysteries when I was a kid, and I would have been pretty small, pretty little.
Okay.
So it would have been my parents. My mom's always been a news person, watching Fox News or CNN. I won't pick one.
Okay, I gotcha.
She's always kind of been interested. Therefore, I was interested as well as what's going on in the world.
Okay. Now, so you're saying that you were following Tom Brown's disappearance, and then you found out. Did you know that? Let's maybe ask you this question. Did you know that we were going to cover Tom's disappearance before it came out, or did you not hear of Unfound until after the episode came out? Do you remember?
It was before. I believe Penny had posted on her page that there was a podcast coming out that week that would cover Tom's case. And so I got in on the page and the group and listened to that episode as it aired. Okay.
Now, before you, this was still before you were involved in Unfound, and listeners should know that the role you play in Unfound is one of the administrators in the group. But before Unfound's coverage, and we're not going to get into all the different theories and everything out there, but did you have your own opinion about what happened to Tom before Unfound ever did its coverage?
Yeah.
Okay. And we're just going to leave it at that. We don't want to. I don't know how deep we want to get into.
We don't want to discuss that.
Yeah, we're not going to. We don't want to get too deep into that. But so you'd been following it. Then, of course, you knew about Phil Klein, of course, the private investigator being hired by Tom's family. You knew about the prior run-in that Sheriff Lewis had with Tom, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, all that.
I don't remember if it was before or after I joined Unfound, but I knew a lot.
Yeah.
And not from the standpoint of I grew up with his older brother. It was just that's a big thing in Tarleton as well as Canadian. A lot of rumors, that kind of thing, and you kind of find out what was true and what wasn't here and there.
Right. Okay, so being that you knew Penny and you knew the Brown family, when the searches were being done, did you or anybody in your family take part in any of that?
No. I am in Dumas now, which is, it's a couple hours away from Canadian.
Oh, okay.
So I personally didn't. My mom did sign up to help in the search that the phone was found in, and I think they had too many people already or something.
Okay. All right. So she had signed up, but she ended up not taking part because of that?
Correct. Yeah, my mom has been very, very involved in Tom's case, trying to help any way she could. She actually does some fundraising for the scholarship fund. Right.
I think I knew that. I knew that your mother was very involved in all of that. So that makes a lot of sense to me. Okay. So you find out about Tom's disappearance. Unfound covers that disappearance. You, of course, listen to it. And do you remember the process by which you became one of the administrators in the group?
I really just enjoyed the podcast, and once I listened to Tom's episode, I actually binged all the other episodes within like a 2-week period or something.
Oh my!
yes, it just is something that has interested me for a long time. So I don't remember exactly how I became an administrator on the page. I think I offered to help Karie. It was during one of the Tom Brown discussions, and you could see her deleting comments left and right that shouldn't be there.
That was happening. That's true.
Help.
Yeah, that's true.
Because I stay up a lot in the evening, or not necessarily the evening, at night. I work a lot at night. With John being sick, my husband John being sick, he's kind of nocturnal now, which is a liver disease complication, I guess you could say.
Okay.
So he's up a lot at night, therefore I'm up a lot at night. So I just offered to help while I was up.
Yeah.
Give her some rest, and that's where it all started.
You know what? I think that's how Karie remembered it too, and that's how I think I remembered it. That Karie, I think the way it happened was that Cheree had, said that Karie would be a good administrator from the group, and she came on, and then sometime after that, I think it was Karie who said to me, told me about you, and then you two kind of worked out hours or something, like during the day and then during the night, because the night was very important, because my perception was at the time is that there were some trolls and things that were waiting until late at night and then posting things because they knew they wouldn't be seen till the next day.
Exactly, yes.
And by you coming on and volunteering to take those nighttime hours, you were able to, control that.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. That's how I remember it. And I think that since then that certainly has kept that under control. And I deeply appreciate you doing that, because as you probably would expect, there's not too many people that stay up at night and and would keep an eye on that. But I'm glad it worked out with your schedule.
Yes, it worked out great.
Okay, great. Let's talk about the group a little bit. How would you? I think a lot of people who are listening to this right now are in the group if they're on Facebook. Of course, a lot of people don't have Facebook accounts, and that's fine. How would you explain the group, what you've seen in the group? For as long as you've been an administrator there, how would you explain what goes on there?
Well, there's just we do a lot of posting of current cases, as well as the posts about the case that you are interviewing that week. And we just try to get people, bring awareness, first of all, and then get people more interested in missing persons altogether.
And my opinion, once again, the listeners know that I do, keep an eye on it myself, but you and Karie are primarily responsible. But as people know, I do respond to posts in there, and of course I do post things and everything in there. It's not like I'm totally oblivious to what's going on there. But, I think we've managed to keep the discussion quite, civil and PG rated, since now there's over 7,000 people in there, which is something that Karie and I also talked about. But, how do you handle situations where maybe somebody, isn't behaving?
Well, usually I give everybody a warning, unless, of course, you're insulting someone that is a guest of the program and there's no questions asked. I block and ban you immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't matter what guest it is, but I know the majority of people that I have removed from the group are somebody that not necessarily they have their own opinion, but are just rude or speaking to a guest in the wrong way.
Right.
Because I mean, definitely we want everybody's opinions because that's where new ideas come from. But the main thing I do is if you insult the guest, you're gone pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Now there's a lot of cussing and things like that I've removed, and normally I will tell them why I'm removing their comment and give them a couple of minutes to see it and then remove the comment, and then they can re-comment it without the cussing or whatever.
In my discussion with Karie, she actually gave an example of a situation she ran into where somebody, I believe it was a woman, wrote some things, and then Karie took her out, and then the woman apologized, and Karie let her back in, and then a couple weeks later she did the exact same thing, and that, of course, got the person banned. Is there any particular story that you have in your administration duties that, you know, sticks out to you that you'd like to talk about? Of course, mentioning no names.
Well, of course, except for your name.
Right.
The most common thing that has happened to me is I will remove someone for whatever reason, and then they go cry in your inbox, and you add them back, and then a week later we're back in the same situation.
I don't know, Heather, of that. I don't know if anybody's ever come crying to me about. Maybe that's happened once. I think you're exaggerating a little bit, Heather.
I don't know about that.
Okay,
There's been several that I've removed, and somehow they mysteriously appear back.
Well, you know, you should know that Karie and I did talk about that, and that probably has happened. I'm not denying that. But I think that shows, though, that, as I stated when I talked to Karie, that you know, it's kind of the autonomy that I give you to. I really don't know the people who you've kicked out or who you've blocked or anything. I really don't know that because I don't keep tabs on you. You know, you know what to do, and you do it, and you do it great. You both do a great job. I'm very, very pleased with, you know, how the group is. It's great, and we have over 7,000 people in there now, and I think it's because the discussions are civil. So I will admit that sometimes that does happen, but I don't realize that the person has been kicked out by one of you. But I can only maybe think of once where somebody actually came complaining to me about it. Maybe I have a selective memory, but the listeners should know that is true. And I think you were the one that first brought that up. Is, you know, here we are, you and she are, you know, kicking people out for not, you know, following the rules and everything. And then they request to be back in the group, and then I let them back into the group.
Yes.
That does happen.
At first, Karie and I just had a chat between the two of us, and I would tell her I removed this person, and she would tell me who she removed. Or you can do like a 24-hour mute on the person where they can't comment for 24 hours and let them cool off. We kind of kept up that way, but we weren't keeping you updated. And we weren't blocking and booting. So now they get blocked and removed.
Right. I think that's probably the best way to do it. I think that keeps it simpler. You know, I think it does. But, you know, I have to say, though, you know, that, you know, having over 7,000 members in there, we haven't blocked that many people. I think it's like 20 or 25 out of 7,000.
Right, yeah.
I mean, it's very few.
I think we got 26 or something. We looked back into that.
Yeah.
It's very few and far in between.
Right.
You know, we'll message people and just say, hey, you know, you can't be cussing, or, you know, we do have kids that are in this group, or, you know, we try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt before we remove them.
Yeah. So you've been doing that since I'm going to guess late June or July of 2018. My perception is that Karie has been an administrator since maybe May of 2018 or maybe April of 2018. And, during that time, have you had a chance, are you in any other true crime groups or podcast groups? Anything like that?
Yes. Karie, Cheree, and I are all in several.
Yeah.
And we have our own chat that we discuss other cases because, all six of us don't want to discuss all the missing persons cases. Well, it's such a scanning scout
Right.
that came up missing a while back. I mean, we chatted about everything.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah, we're in several groups together.
I guess what I'm saying is that, being that you're now an administrator with Unfound, do you have a chance to be in other groups and see what goes on there and compare it to what goes on in Unfound?
Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of drama in other groups compared to Unfound, which I don't comment in the other groups.
Mm-hmm.
Really ever. I am an admin for 806 missing children and adults. I don't do much on that page other than let people in and just approve missing persons posts.
Yeah. Okay. You have any perception, once again, being that you're now administrator and you kind of know what goes on behind the scenes, between myself and you and Karie, and keeping an eye on what people are typing and everything else. Do you have a perception on why these other groups? And I have to ask you because I'm not really a member of too many other groups, and I just have too much to do. I don't really go to other groups too much unless it's the group of a disappearance that we're covering. Do you have a perception of why some of these other groups that you are a member of, seem to maybe have a little bit more drama in there? Why do you think that is?
Honestly, I think they want it that way. It's just like seeing a train wreck. You're not going to look away.
Mm-hmm.
So when they have all the drama on the page, I think it brings people to their page, and a lot of those have over 100,000 members.
Yeah.
So, and that's just not what we want here at Unfound.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, we would like to have 100,000 members eventually, but we definitely don't want the drama aspect of it.
Yeah, we don't want people coming into the group because of the drama. We don't want bystanders to a train, like you said, to a train wreck. Well, that's not the type of people we're trying to get who come in there just, just to watch arguments. That's exactly. We're not. That's something that I decided early on. That's really not, what I wanted the group to be. So you're exactly right, and I think that I agree with you that I think that some of these places are that way because that's what they want. It's not
I think so.
Yeah, it's not a byproduct of the group. It's actually what they're trying to shoot for. It's very possible.
Right.
Okay.
And I think we're going to see it more now that Facebook is integrating these new stars and paying groups. Say you give them 50 stars, they get a certain amount of money. So, things like that are just going to make it worse. So we don't want to see that here. Yeah,
see, I didn't even know anything about that. So you mentioned it to me. That's the first I've heard of that. That's something I'll have to look up, or you can send me some information on that over Messenger, Heather, because that's news to me. Okay. All right. And you've noticed, of course, since you joined, I think maybe we've added like 2,000 members in the group, and it was nice to get past that 7,000 mark, wasn't it? It seemed like it took a while to happen.
Yeah. Yes, it definitely was. Mm-hmm. I think I came when there was maybe
2,000, 3,000
Is that it?
in there.
Wow.
Yeah, it was real small. So I hear you say a lot of times that you think Thomas Brown's case only brought about 500 members, but I say otherwise.
Oh, you do. And see, the listeners are hearing. Assistants are allowed to disagree with me on things. You may be right. That's my perception. It's certainly, that case has certainly brought attention to the podcast overall. But you may be right that I've maybe underestimated that a little bit. It would be interesting to figure out if we could, find out, what that actual number is. So, okay.
I bet we could, because I bet I personally know like 1,500 people on the podcast.
Okay. All right. Okay, you heard it here first, people. She's saying that one particular disappearance that we've covered brought 1,500 people. And if anybody hasn't listened to the Tom Brown episode, they should go back and do that, because it was what I would call a landmark disappearance that we covered. I think, of course, all of them are equally important, but that one was just a little different. Just a little different.
And, of course, it's a little, I pay a little more attention because it's more personal to me.
Right.
Where I care about all of the cases, but that one I know personally.
Yeah, sure. And that's very natural, of course. Now let's move on to this. We've already talked about how you have your own business with these signs and T-shirts and other things that you design. And you made some T-shirts for everybody who works for Unfound. And maybe talk a little bit about that. You've kind of altered my original design, and I think you altered it for the better. How did you go about doing that?
Actually, Cheree had ordered several shirts from me in the past, and she just mentioned it in our admin chat one day. I think Heather should make shirts. So everybody was good with that, but I wanted to send each of y'all a shirt to see the quality of the shirt before we made any decisions. That's important to me. I want you to know what's going out to our guests,
right,
as well as buyers. So the one thing I wanted to do was I wanted to change the backs of the shirt to where they look better.
There's Heather again.
I want them to be a little more readable.
Okay.
From a distance. If you're sitting at a restaurant, the reason that you have a missing person on the back of your shirt is to bring awareness.
Right.
And I want people to be able to read who that is and why they're on that shirt. So I've slowly been redesigning all the shirts, which we have, 170 something cases now.
About 170 disappearances, yes.
So I'm doing that in between regular orders. So it's too slow for me, in my opinion. I would like to have them all done like now.
Yeah.
But we're getting there as fast as we can.
Yeah. Because my idea is that I just would like to turn, that part of the Unfound, organization just totally over to you. But we're hoping to get to a situation where people go to the Unfound store and then the orders go to you.
Yeah.
Right? And so you are designing the shirts and maybe even any other things that you want to design for the program, and just turn that into a money-making thing for you, and a couple dollars go to Unfound as well. That's I hope something that we can work toward this year. We just have to get the whole Shopify thing all kind of situated.
Right.
And that's
we need to have the designs. I think my main focus is all the designs made, and then as the show comes out weekly, then there's only one shirt that week
Right.
to update.
Right.
So, but yes,
Right.
it would be easier for someone in that occupation to take it over.
Right.
It's a little bit easier that way.
Right. And that's why I hope that we can work together on that. And it just becomes very automated. You know what I mean? Like it is now,
Right.
but right now it's through, T-Launch is who is being used right now, at least with the T-shirts themselves. And, I, of course, designed the ones that up until, the beginning of this year. So I hope to have it become automated where it becomes automated with you instead of with them. So
Right.
the listeners should know that that's something we're working toward, but not just with T-shirts, but maybe some other things, any ideas that you have. And as you know, I'm totally open to that.
Right. Yeah, we've kind of brainstormed a few other ideas, so we'll get those as quick as we can.
Right. Good. Okay. What's this experience been like for you? I'm going to guess maybe a few years ago you never could have imagined being, behind the scenes of a program, a missing persons program. Of course, you were following Tom Brown's disappearance very closely, but, actually working on a program itself. Is this a surprise to you or what?
Yeah, I wouldn't have imagined being on the program at all, for sure. It's pretty fun. I mean, I enjoy it. I enjoy our little group of admins as well as yourself, and it gives me something to do when I take a break from my work. And like I said, I'm here with my husband all the time, so it kind of just gives me something to do when he's not feeling well or he's been in the hospital or things like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's been a pleasure to have you become part of the team, Heather. Looking over the group like you do has kept the discussion PG rated and civil, and it's certainly taken something that I don't have to do as much, although, like I said, I still do it, but you and Karie together, working together, finding a way to work together, working out own times that you're looking it over, it's something you two did totally without, any of my input. You two worked it out, and that's been fantastic. I've asked this of all the other assistants who've already been on. In fact, you are the last one that I am interviewing for this program, this particular episode. What's it been like to work with me? Dealing with me and be honest. I've asked honesty from everybody else and for you as well.
I think you're pretty easy and pretty laid back. I've never had a problem that I had to argue with you about. Now, I will tell you when you're wrong.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will. And in fact, I will say that you've told me I'm wrong more than any of the other assistants, probably. But that's okay. That's fine.
But no, you've never yelled at me or anything like that. So it's pretty just laid back around here. Everybody gets along, and if I make a mistake, I think you'll tell me and not yell at me. So,
yeah, I don't yell. I'm not a yeller. I'm not a yeller in anything that I do. So yeah, there's no yelling there. But we've had some discussion. There have been some things. We're not going to mention any names or anything because that's not what we want to do. But we've had some incidents in the group where myself, you, and Karie had to talk about what was going on and how to properly handle it. And it's been all good. I don't think I was. In this situations, I don't necessarily think that you or she or anybody did anything wrong. I think we just had discussions about, what we're doing, what is, what's the attitude here, what's the proper thing to do.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I mean, when it all comes down to it, it's your vision, your group, and Karie and I will do what you want with it.
But the thing is, though, I do take input.
But we all agree.
All of you assistants, give me input. Even
Correct.
in fact,
yes.
Before I interviewed Emily yesterday, we were talking how we can better refine, contacting people, and and she and I. So we're always looking for ways to make things better, and
right.
That's always discussions between me, you, and Karie as well. What do we got to do?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, I'd mentioned earlier that you are one of the few assistants who have actually met me in person. Why don't we talk about that? That was last year at the get-together in Amarillo. Now, my understanding is you weren't planning to go to that.
No, I wasn't. I didn't have plans for someone to come and stay with John for me to go. My mom wasn't able to go, otherwise I would have for sure made plans. But when I was watching the live and when I saw you were there, I was like, oh man, that stinks, I should have gone. And Harley is my 16-year-old. Well, actually, she's 17. I'm sorry. She turned 17 last week.
Okay.
Said, let's go. So we jumped in the car, got somebody to sit with John, and we went over. So we were about an hour late, but we did make it.
Yep, and that's where we got to meet. That was the get-together that Charmin put together. Of course, Penny was there with her husband, and I think her son was there. Her other son, of course, was there.
Yes, Tucker was there.
Tucker was there, right? And we had a nice showing. There was like 25 to 30 people there. We had a nice dinner. I did the live show from there, and I got to talk to everybody there. And then all of a sudden, there you were.
Yes.
You were there, and I got to meet and I do remember meeting your daughter. So that was cool. That was a good night.
Yeah. And she likes you because you gave her a hard time.
Oh, did I? Did I give her a hard time?
Yes, because we had on Rip G.
Oh, that's right. I remember that now. Because it reminded me of like the 1980s.
Yes, very 1980s. It's coming back.
That's right, the 1980s. I think of like Def Leppard on their Hysteria tour from like 1986, 87.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Which, of course, at your age, you would have only been like 6 or 7 years old, but I was a teenager. Okay. I do remember that now. That's funny. Okay, I forgot totally about that. That's funny. But that was, that was a good evening, and I appreciate you making the effort, to show up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was...
It was a lot. I enjoyed it. It was fun, and I got to see Penny. I hadn't got to see her in years, so it was nice to see her.
Yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, I think because of all this coronavirus stuff, I don't know if we'll get to do that this summer. Of course, that's totally up to Charmin if she wants to do that again. I would, of course, be up for another trip, but it may not just be possible with everything's going on. But we'll just have to see.
Right. I don't know. We might need to go south a little bit. Amarillo and Dumas seem to be the hot spots for the coronavirus in Texas.
Is it?
So, yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay.
I believe they said Dumas per capita is the third in the nation, highest count.
Well, watch yourself there, Heather. Watch yourself.
We do. We do.
Okay. Any last words before we complete this interview, Heather?
Just thank you for letting me be part of the admin group. I really enjoy it. And hopefully we can grow the group and get more viewers as well and raise more awareness for missing persons.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, and I appreciate you being part of the team, and I appreciate you always keeping me on my toes, Heather. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Okay. And thank you for being on this episode of Unfound.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I'm very happy to introduce into the program the newest member of the Unfound team, Natasha. Natasha, welcome to Unfound.
Hi, Edward. Thank you.
You're very welcome. I'm enjoying interviewing all of you assistants, and you're the fourth interview that I'm doing. I still have one more to go before I wrap this all up. But tell the listeners a little bit about yourself, and just so the listeners know, you've been with Unfound since, I would say, late 2019, so it's been about 4 to 5 months now. And just tell the listeners a little bit about yourself.
Sure. Thank you for the invitation. I answered the call. I've been a long-time listener of Unfound, and I think during one of your lives you said that you needed help with your website. So I just sent in my resume, and then a few weeks later I heard back from you, so I'm very happy about that.
Great to have you.
So basically since 1999, I've been working in digital, .com websites, multinational companies of news, entertainment, and so forth. So my life is basically digital, and then just more recently I was actually a professor of building websites, social media, web analytics, and things of that nature. So it really complements everything. And then as far as my background, now I'm at the point in my career where I can really choose a bit more as to what I want to work on, and definitely crime, missing persons is something of interest, and always listening to podcasts for years and years and years. But besides that, I have a degree from Purdue University in computer information systems, and then a Master of Liberal Arts with an emphasis on cultural anthropology from the University of Chicago. And the fact that I could do both.
What she's saying, telling everybody, she's really smart. That's what you're saying, Natasha. The prestigious schools there. That's what she's saying in so many words. Continue, please continue, Natasha.
Thank you. But I've always been trying to find a way to combine both interests, and digital research, content management is I think the closest thing to it. So unlike what you hear from a lot of people, that I think you had mentioned, Ed, that you don't really use your business degree.
No,
I use both.
Not at all.
Yeah, I use both the tech and the liberal arts quite a bit. So one of my favorite pictures is with Steve Jobs, and I think it was one of his pictures where it's a street sign, it's an intersection, and it's the intersection of the street signs of liberal arts and technology.
Yeah.
And that's what he used, as a forefront to build all of his products at Apple, and that's what I'm basically trying to do as well. So, for example, like the YouTube videos that I'm helping you with are probably even a bit more artsy than what you're comfortable with, but yeah, I'm just trying to always combine both worlds and both. And actually, this entire experience working on Unfound is very similar to what I would feel being a student, because I work with projects. I have self-imposed deadlines, and it's very similar to being a student again. It's great.
Wow. Okay. I'm enjoying your work, so I appreciate you, and I appreciate you answering the call back there in December. And we're going to get into a little bit more about the website and YouTube here in a bit. So you've been doing this since 1999. So you were kind of on the cutting edge, I guess. The internet had only been around for a few years. Of course, there was the .com boom in the late 90s, and you were getting into it, right around that time. So were you interested in all this, like in high school, getting into, what we would consider to be ancient computers now, but is that how you got started?
Yeah, it was high school. Back in the days, I went to West Lafayette High School in Indiana, and they also had this option to also attend classes if you were a gifted student, to attend classes at Purdue. So I was already taking classes at Purdue in high school, and
a lot of them were computers. And on top of that, my father is a commodities broker, so we saw the evolution of computers in our basement office. It was, the Trash 80, the TRS-80, then the Macs, and I was bored, so I would just go downstairs and read all the manuals, and I thought that was kind of fun. That was like a fun thing for me to do. It just always came easy to me, so might as well go with your strengths.
All right, that's right. You're right. Got to play to your strengths, and of course, showing my age, I go back to the days of the Commodore 64. Of the early 1980s, I can remember playing computer games and like the Atari 2600 and all that. So that's how old I am. All right, so that's interesting. What it reminds me of, Natasha, is the first interview that I ever did for the program was with Mary Lau, the mother of Suzanne Lau.
Right.
Susie was also into computers, and that, my perception is that more women are into it today than back in the 1990s. Did you find yourself, being the lone female amongst a lot of men at the time, or what?
I was, for my undergrad, after doing computer information systems, I think I was only one of 3 students that graduated as female students that graduated. But we never really felt it. Looking back, I thought, wow, I guess that's kind of strange. But at the time, the professors, the students were all, completely accepting. There was just one time that I walked into an engineering class, and it was all men, which, I'm used to it. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
And one of the students turned to me and said, "Are you in the right place? This is so-and-so class." And I said, yeah, I am.
Yeah.
So that was really it. Looking back, the professors were probably told to coddle us. But, if we have a question and we have, make sure that if she raises her hand, to attend to her, that kind of thing.
Right.
But everybody was super, super supportive. And then
no
from
discrimination
Purdue, I got into working at multinationals.
Yeah.
Like my first job was Procter & Gamble in Cincinnati in the headquarters and market research management systems, which of course was, if there's any pointers that I can give to the kids out there, if you can work for multinationals, do it, because they have basically unlimited resources for you. I mean, the training is incredible, where maybe smaller companies may not be able to compete in that area, but I was trained for 6 months straight in market research first, and then in management systems, and then secondly. So that was, a great cornerstone for the rest of my career.
Yeah. That's very impressive, Natasha. I'm really impressed. And some of these things I'm just hearing for the first time, listeners. You should know that. Okay, so you were into computers and worked for, like you said, Procter & Gamble. I don't know how much we want to get into this. And once again, I've already told Natasha, along with all the other assistants before they come on the program, that they're allowed to reveal as much or as little as of their background as they want. But you're also multilingual.
Yes. Oh, yeah, that's kind of a funny story as well. My mother is Bolivian. My parents actually live in La Paz, Bolivia right now, having a nice retirement there. And my father is obviously American, from Indiana, but he knows how to speak Spanish with an American accent, so it's really cute when he speaks Spanish. But they're in West Lafayette with my sister. She's my only sibling, and my nanny from Bolivia, which was my mom's nanny, and she only spoke Spanish as well. So I guess looking back, it was quite an interesting little mixture of going on over there. We only spoke Spanish at home, including my father, so they didn't want to confuse us, only for me to go walking over hand in hand with my mom to the Montessori school when I was 3 years old, the preschool, not knowing that there was another language. So I actually do remember, because when you're little, adults look like giants, and I just remember these tall, big people kind of shrugging their shoulders like, we don't understand what you're saying.
You're speaking Spanish and they're speaking English?
Yeah,
that's
so
what
I
it was?
came back home like, what is going on? But, obviously being in the middle of America, you learn English quickly. But my sister is only a year and a half younger, So when the same thing happened to her, then she had the inconvenience of just like running and globbing on to me. So I helped her through the whole thing. But yeah, I was the first one just kind of out there.
That's a great story. That's a great story. Do you have a chance to speak Spanish much these days?
Oh, yeah. I mean, in South Florida, most of my jobs, except for this one, that we're trying to change actually a little bit. If anybody wants to have a Spanish translator for Edward or his assistants, then I've always availed myself for that. So anyone that only speaks Spanish or Spanish preferred, if you know of cases or have any questions, then I would be happy to help.
Right. We've talked about that. Maybe even trying to convert some of the episodes into Spanish. We've talked about that. And, of course, we would love to cover any disappearances no matter where they are. And we certainly wouldn't want language to be a barrier to covering them. So, yeah, that's something I know you and I are going to continue to talk about for sure. As far as true crime and that particular topic in our culture, have you always been interested in it? Were you a person who maybe watched Unsolved Mysteries or some of these cop shows, or was that something that is more recent?
I've always been interested. Nothing against the show, but I kind of thought Unsolved Mysteries was a little bit too hokey sometimes. But I really did go through all of the IDs, investigation discovery, that disappeared.
Yeah.
So did all that. Then I was an early adopter to podcasting, and your show was front and center because you had been around for so long. So I think I actually have listened to all of your episodes. I do what they say, the listeners say in the comments. Sometimes I would just put it on before going to sleep, and then I probably would fall asleep before you were done. But we would try. And,
Okay. Yeah, I have been told that. Yes, some people do listen to it in bed. That is funny. Of course, Unfound is about 3.5 years old, but you say you were into podcasting early. Of course, podcasting has been going on, as far as the term goes, maybe like 10 years. Can you name some of those? It doesn't even have to be true crime, but maybe some of those first podcasts that you listened to. Do you remember?
Oh, sure. Just recently, as a shout-out, there's a podcast called Down the Hill, and that is based on the Delphi killings or Snapchat murders in Delphi. And, of course, that's dear to my heart because I grew up about 20 minutes from there. So I identify a lot with the culture and the Indiana culture and everything that they're saying there. And, we really hope that there is some kind of resolution to finding the killer because that was completely horrible. And then also most recently is the Dating Game Killer. That's also an excellent podcast with the focus of Rodney Alcala as well.
Right. Right.
But
I guess when I'm asking like old ones, you said you were, got into podcasting early. Maybe some podcasts that, came out like 10 years ago or something, anything that jumps out to you that you listened to back then.
Sure, that would be Crawl Space, all of the podcasts from Wondery, The Vanished. People say that it's very similar to yours because she interviews family members, things of that nature.
Okay. All right. And I don't know if you've been in podcasting this long, but do you even remember, it must have been 5 years ago or something that there was a lawsuit regarding podcasting. There was a company that was trying to they said they had the patent on it. Do you remember that?
No, patent on podcasting.
That's true. That's
like a patent on the internet.
That is true. No, that's real. That's a real story. And being that you're into tech and stuff, maybe after you were done with this interview, you should go look that up. That was a big deal. There was a company who claimed that they invented podcasting. And they said they had a patent on it, and they wanted all podcasting shows to pay them a fee or something. That's true.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. In fact, now that we're talking about it, I'm going to talk about it tomorrow night during the live show because I'm going to look it up now that I'm thinking about it. That's true. And I know that if you're into tech stuff, that would surely interest you. And it was Adam Carolla. I know you've heard of him. who also has a very popular podcast out there. He's the one that fought them. He took them to court and won.
Okay. Good.
But yeah, you should look that up, and for the listeners, you should all look that up if you've never heard about that. I forget the name of the company right now, but I think it was a company out of Texas. But it was like I said, it was before Unfound started, but I'm thinking it was like 2014, 2015. It was definitely after I moved to Florida that all happened. So okay, yeah, and I know you're into that stuff, so you should
one
look that up.
One of my favorite is ranked number 27 on Stitcher currently, 27 overall. It's Case File, True Crime. It's just like your podcast. I went through from the first episode to catching up now. It's something that I really am not able to miss because they do such a good job with describing the victim and the perpetrator to the point where, at least for me, it gets under my skin. It makes me feel very uncomfortable, but at least it causes you to think about the case. And they do it in a very respectful way. So a big shout out for Case File, definitely.
And that's a free advertisement for them, by the way. Any maybe podcasts that you've gotten to that aren't true crime? Because I have to admit, I think that my opinion of you have very eclectic tastes. You have a lot of different interests, in your life, Natasha, because I know you send me stories about things that have nothing to do with true crime. Things to do with marketing, etc. Maybe some other things that you take an interest in, podcasts that are outside the true crime genre.
Yeah, I really appreciate Ian Bremmer. He is now an NYU professor, but he also runs G0, and he has a podcast out there. It's called G0 World, or look up Ian Bremmer. And he basically has his own little FBI station, all over the world. He has these little headquarters of employees in China or anywhere, India. And he comments on socioeconomic issues and has written a number of books that I've read. So, for example, what is the G9? Things like that I think everybody should know about. He really helps to outline that, and I find he's everywhere on Twitter and everything, and he's been talking about the coronavirus lately and the impact to society overall. So G0 would be one.
Okay.
Freakonomics Radio.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Again, society and culture. Yeah. Not all of them. I've read some of their books. I don't agree with some of them. I mean, not to overstate, and hopefully I'm incorrect, but one of their books, I think it was The Tipping Point, was...
That's Malcolm Gladwell. The Tipping Point is Malcolm Gladwell.
Was blaming all the ills of society to single moms. And it's kind of like, okay, my grandmother was a single mom because my grandfather died when my mom was 6 years old. And I really don't think my abuelita on my mom's side has led to any major societal problems.
Well, I know The Tipping Point is a Malcolm Gladwell book. Because I don't know if I've read that one, but years and years ago I read some of his stuff. But Freakonomics, I think, is something different from Malcolm Gladwell, I think. Okay. All right. Well, that's interesting, too. Like I said, you have a diverse taste in a lot of parts of our culture, and so I wanted to bring that up. And I'm sure some of the people will look into those things. Now, as far as your responsibilities with Unfound, two main ones, and then we'll talk a little bit about something else, but the website, how long have you been building websites, and, where does your expertise come from?
Okay, well, I started working for the New York Times in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and that was for a social media piece. Like, if you know Yahoo Answers, it was basically Yahoo Answers.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so that was way back when, like you said, that was really great. And then I was moved with my manager. They shut everything down in Harvard Square, the Harvard Square loft, and then moved me and my manager only to Manhattan to work for New York Times directly in the headquarters. But it was New York Times Digital, so the entire operation there was only .com. And that was obviously fantastic. I mean, I've always been a big fan of the portal, of the news portal, and to be actually working there, mostly for sales support, running their data warehouse, which would be mining the data from their website. But then, of course, content as well. So editorial requests. I remember Tom Friedman, the famous columnist, would ask us about his traffic as soon as the article hit. And I mean, it was just fantastic. I can't say enough about it.
Wow.
So I worked there for about 5 years before moving to Miami. And then in Miami, I continued working for .coms. Telefonica is the huge, telco from Spain. I worked on their digital side for 8 years and ran 3 Hispanic digital internet studies through ComScore for basically sales support. So, I mean, even I could say that I'm probably an expert on Hispanic digital.
Mm-hmm.
And we would go on these road shows all over America, to Walmart, to Nintendo. I mean, just everywhere. They wanted these, the results of our studies. With frequent trips to Brazil and Mexico, Argentina. So it was really like Latin America was my oyster. It was, not only working with people from those countries all the time, but mainly Brazil. So when you talk about the website, one of my goals that we discussed early on was I wanted to have like a Brazilian feel to it, a Brazilian creative feel, and I think hopefully it does.
Okay, yes. Right. We did talk about that, and I do remember that. And I think that although I have some guidelines, and we have a particular color scheme and everything we have for the website and everything else that Unfound does, primarily red and black and white. Other than that, I don't. I think that I've probably given you a lot of leeway. I think.
Yes, definitely. You're a great boss.
See, it must be true. Now I've had the 4th assistant say that. It must be true now, listeners. It must be true. Okay, so you answered the call, and what is your your attitude, maybe your thinking regarding the Unfound website, and I don't want me to speak for Unfound, but for you to speak for Unfound, what are we trying to do with it?
Definitely bring awareness and to move the needle to help solve cases. So not only with the website, but all of our digital touch points. My goal would be to help solve cases. So ideally for somebody to say, I saw that video, I remembered that name on a blog on the website, which caused me to make this call, which caused me to, cause a break in the case. That would be amazing. And the reason why there's a sense of urgency on my part and why I was working so quickly is because potentially lives, could be on the line. These people are missing, but we don't know if they're still alive. And just like people, especially family members, have post flyers in the surrounding area, help find the missing. I mean, the digital footprint is potentially even larger. So that's definitely what we're trying to do, which I know is talking to you is what you're trying to do with Unfound overall.
That's right. And we also use the website for some other things. For example, coming up this Thursday, I will be doing an interview with Nova Southeastern University with Dr. Grace Valesco, and you've of course posted about that, and you have like a little timer going. Those are the other things that we kind of do with the website as well.
The countdowns, and just like when I was working for Telefonica, we had one person that was dedicated to only updating the homepage. If you go out to the unfoundpodcast.com, that's usually changing every day. And we have everything from the latest case to the previews for the case to news from families. So, for example, there's a billboard of a missing family member. I mean, whenever somebody is going to go to that level of purchasing advertising, in this case outdoor, for a big billboard, I'll try to keep it up, for a while. Things of that nature that are really important. Of course, everything is really important anyway. And then there's a large menu with sub-menus. So everything from the newsletters that I just posted to episodes to all of YouTube, which is complete now. You can find all of your episodes on the YouTube channel now. It's obviously on the
We're
website.
We're going to talk about that, sure.
And a lot of other things. And what listeners may not know that I would like to encourage is that you can comment, you can like, you can comment, you can share. The comments are moderated, but that is one place that we're trying to make it a little bit more open source.
On the website.
Discussion area as well.
Yeah, on the website. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot. I mean, trust me. There was a while. I think Natasha knows this. There was a while there, probably at least a year, where I didn't mention the old website at all. Because of just some issues. So we'll just leave it at that. And it was great to find somebody that, like yourself, who could resurrect it. Of course, we're using technically a new address, but using the old address will still take people to the new address anyway now. But to find somebody who could resurrect it and, bring it up to the quality, of everything else that Unfound does. And you did that very quickly, Natasha. And,
Thank you.
It's, I will admit, there was a time probably last year where I was thinking, is this website ever going to happen again? You know what I mean? And, bring it up to speed. And you've certainly done that. And certainly, I think, have surpassed my expectations. So I feel so fortunate, that you answered the call back in December. And I really appreciate the work you've done so far on it. I really appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome.
Let's move on to the YouTube. Now, it should be known that we brought you on because of the website, but before long, you were saying, well, I can do the YouTube stuff too. And maybe just with, over the last 4 months, what have you done? It was something I was working on, and I still, of course, do post things there, but what have you personally done on the YouTube channel since you came on?
Sure. Well, just stepping back, it may be a good idea to talk about the editorial cycle of Unfound, which of course is mirrored on YouTube, just really quickly. So basically, we upload a new video preview of Friday's upcoming case from the Unfound Live on Wednesday at 9 p.m. So you do the live, and then at the very end, then you say, this is what we're doing for Friday.
That's right.
So that is cut that night, hopefully, and then placed on YouTube as a developing case. So developing, and then the name, and then you have the preview. That goes on the YouTube channel and the website. Then on Friday, of course, is the new podcast episode on Podomatic and everywhere. Then I try to turn it around in a couple of hours. I create a video from that audio shortly thereafter. And then that also goes to YouTube, to the developing. But in the developing, on YouTube as well, there are important, of course, I think everything's important because it's it's my design. But on YouTube, it would be the top 5 cases so far, the top 5 missing people. That would be a playlist. Then, of course, you have your trailer. People can go out and see a demo run with Dr. Chalesko from NSU. That's out there right now. So if they want to learn more about what you're going to be doing with NSU, then that is there. And then anything in depth, of course, Thomas Brown. He did so much work there, not only the podcast, but
with the videos that
material.
we got. Yeah, sure.
Sure. And the news coverage from there, so that's a special breakout right there on the channel page. And then we also have cases by state. So you've done so many by now. It's running up to 200 that we have a number of cases per state now. So I think that would be interesting for people living in Florida, for example. Oh, what are these cases? Oh, I think I remember hearing about her, 10 years ago and things like that. So.
That's right. We've covered a lot of. Even though I live in Florida, I wouldn't say that's the reason we've covered so many here, but we have. And, of course, Texas, we've covered a lot of disappearances in Texas. Maybe that makes sense, being it's the second most populated state, a lot in California. But even a state that's not as populated like Arkansas, we've covered quite a few cases in Arkansas, as well. And all of those are put into different playlists.
Another thing that you do, which resonates very well from a traffic perspective, is that sometimes you give extras. So, for example, your maps, your explanations, any kind of additional material. people seem to really, really gravitate towards that.
And I love doing it. I just wish more cases lent themselves to that. But I think that when I see an opportunity to do that, I do it. But it just doesn't seem that a lot of cases lend themselves, to that. I think one of the more recent ones was maybe David Hardy Jr.'s. I think I did that, and I also did one for Chris Sanders. I think that I did a video for that one as well. I thought they lent themselves to doing that, but some, on the other hand, don't, and that's unfortunate. But yeah, I love doing that, and I think I agree with you that I think people do like that. Something else, though, that you did that it was what I would call a big task was bringing the old episodes up to new episode standards regarding music. Why don't you talk a little bit about that?
Oh, sure. Well, of course, a YouTube channel like Unfound, it's all original content, and unfortunately it wasn't being monetized because of some music that was used that was actually copyrighted. But we did not have the rights for that.
That's right.
I had to go through probably over 100 or so YouTube videos per each case and change the intro and outro music. And that was actually enjoyable because I was able to hone my video skills. You can see the progression from the very first one, I guess, Austin Pevo, to what we're doing now. And it also gave me a familiarity for the cases themselves. So that is where I probably could have been a bit faster. But reading the description, then I would find myself, not for all of them, but just kind of listening a little bit too long while I was working, because all of your cases are just so fascinating.
Well, as I always say, it's the guests that make the episodes. It's not me. It's the guests that make the episodes worth listening to. And I that's always will be my attitude. That's what I believe. But I know that, if people don't know this, like you said, I was using copywritten music, and if anybody's wondering what that copywritten music was, it was a song called "The Great Unknown" from Iron Maiden from their Book of Souls album. And that was the reason that the channel couldn't be monetized, is because, of course, Iron Maiden did not give me permission to use their music. The weird part, I guess, is that if you go to iTunes or Podomatic, you can listen to the old, of course, just audio, and it does have the old music. But for the episodes that are now on YouTube, they have the new music. Right. And that took, and I can understand why that took a while to do, because there were quite a few episodes that needed to be changed. Anything from the first episode the whole way up through 2017. So that's quite a few episodes that needed to be worked on. So another great thing that Natasha did, and now the channel is monetized, correct?
Yes, congratulations. And we have the super chat.
Yeah, we have the super chat that we're still figuring out, I think, a little bit, but I think that's all going to work out eventually. What's your attitude toward YouTube? How many people can you reach? What is your philosophy, with YouTube and using videos to market Unfound, or just your general attitude toward YouTube?
Sure. Not to rattle off statistics, which are really boring, just to talk about my interaction with the kids when I was a professor, which is really valuable. That was a great experience, because I think that you learn more from the kids than you can teach them. But overall, they were basically saying that they are cord nevers, so as opposed to cord cutters. And what that means is cutting the cable, cutting any kind of subscription TV.
Yep.
They are young. They're always cord nevers, and I'm quoting them, everything's on YouTube. I spend all my time on YouTube, everything from TV shows to podcasts to things of my interest is where I would actually see them on YouTube all the time. And it's basically just this, video super highway that's always being uploaded and constantly growing. And then with Google's AI to bubble, the cream of the crop content and so forth, that is also really helping us as well because, not to give away any statistics, but not only are our videos being trafficked by the browse features on the site now that we have playlists and it's nicely laid out and everything.
Yeah.
But then there's also quite a bit of traffic from suggested videos, which is where YouTube itself, Google is suggesting our videos on top of other content that is not ours. And we're really benefiting from that as well. But it also helps with the AI if the listeners could please, like and share and share the links and everything like that.
Right, and that's why you tag all the videos too. Once the process, as you explained earlier very well, is that I'll do the live show on Wednesday nights, and what happens afterwards is not only do you take that last section out as a preview, but you tag that video with anything that I've talked about. I'll of course talk about a lot of things that will never be on an episode of Unfound. Like last week, I talked about UFOs. Those naval videos. So you will go in and tag those. So anybody looking for naval, story about these UFOs that the Navy, filmed, that will somehow lead them to the live show from last week.
Yeah, and we were discussing in the Unfound Podcast discussion group on Messenger. What I just found out about 2 days ago is your think tank videos are unlisted. Because that would be for premium subscribers.
That's right. That's exactly right.
On my feed, I see the think tank for Molly Miller and Colt Haynes. It is still unlisted, so that means people were just sharing the link because if you have the link, you can play it.
Yeah.
3.7 thousand views. So that's a lot.
Yeah.
So
that's nice. That's a lot for us. That's a lot for us. I realize there's YouTube channels out there that, you just get a million hits. Like I watch the car show, Doug DeMuro's show, and he gets like a million hits for every video, but that's fine. I'm happy with what we're doing, and we're definitely moving in the right direction. And I'm thinking, though, that I know that at some point, I know when Cheree and I were talking, that we have made a couple of those think tanks free so people can get an idea of what goes on there in case somebody wants to join. So it might have been that was the reason that one might have been viewable. I'm just not sure right off the top of my head. It might have been last summer that Cheree and I decided maybe make one of these free, and we might have decided to make that one, viewable. I just can't remember right at this second, but that might be the reason that it could be viewed as many times as it was. Could be.
Oh, okay.
Could be. Because, yes, you're right. Yeah, those are unlisted because those are private. That's for, it's kind of the way we use the subscription system, with the think tank ones. So people can't get on there and see them. Only think tank members who have the link, can find them, and they can get that either through the very private think tank group or through Patreon. So, yes, thank you for bringing that up. Yes. I know it off the top of my head, but I'm going to ask you off the top of your head. Do you know what the most popular video is on our YouTube channel?
Well, I guess if you count the old and the new, it would probably have to be MH370.
That's correct.
The disappearance.
That is right. That's correct. I think, at least under the old, before the music had to be changed, I think it had like 100,000 views or something. But
that was an excellent interview.
Oh yeah, that was great. I know. I love Jeff Wise. Great. Jeff absolutely knows what he's talking about. He's great. No, that was great. It was great having him on the program way back in 2017. And then I think number 2 is what? Tom Brown's episode? Could be?
Yeah, definitely. And if you include all of the auxiliary, when you went out there, and you were actually out there with the family and shooting video, when you include all of that, then that's definitely a heavy hitter.
Yeah, absolutely. You're probably right about that. Absolutely. Okay. So those are just some of the top 2, and I'm very pleased with the direction that's going. I just can't, once again, with the YouTube, just great work, Natasha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Now, something else, maybe people, you've kind of gotten into this on your own, but, we talked about Dr. Grace Telesco, the interview I'll be doing with her this Thursday, but you were the person that made it happen. Why don't you talk about that?
Oh, sure. Well, Well, in general, it was one of our goals. I'm talking with Ed from the very first call, which makes sense. I mean, he's been doing this for years and years and years, that he would like to start a dialogue with academia and actually either go physically or be beamed in electronically, digitally, to connect with the kids and the forward thinkers in criminal justice and programs of that nature, probably even podcasting and communications about about Unfound and missing persons, because few people do what Ed does and for so long. So again, I was just kind of going back to what worked when I was working at the multinationals. The sales team, they would actually probably have some kind of physical interaction, hopefully, with the client, but they were known to just close like $100,000 sales, digital sales, just from Facebook Messenger. So I decided just to contact the criminal justice departments through their own Facebook Messenger, and it was a warm reception, and Dr. Telesco was our first booking, if you will. But unfortunately, because of the coronavirus, we did have a nice road show for Ed, but that's on hold.
Yes, that is for now, and probably till next semester, later this year, hopefully, Yes, and so you started talking to Dr. Telesco, who then, of course, I've talked to her, and we're going to do this interview this Thursday. It was supposed to happen April 9th, but now it's been moved here till May 7th of, just in a couple days here from when we're doing this interview. But she isn't the only one that you've contacted. You also contacted a person here at USF, which is right here in my area of Tampa. You've contacted the University of Northern Michigan, and then we had lined up me going up to Louisiana to speak at, let me see if I can get this right, Northwestern State University up there. But that, of course, fell through because of COVID-19. But those were all because of emails that you sent.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I just have to give a link to you, to the YouTube channel, and to the site, and that gives a lot of credibility as well. But then many of them obviously have already heard about you, so it's usually a really warm reception, and then we start the dialogue of having you come in to teach a class or so. So honestly, it's been really.
It's one of my dreams. To be in this position. I'm telling you, and I think maybe I've told my assistants this anyway, but I'll tell the audience, for all the failures I've had in my life, made a lot of bad choices in a lot of different things and tried to do a lot of different things that were, not successes, to be in this position and to do this program and to help people and to have all of you around me, with all the great work, that all of you do for the program, then to have the opportunity to go teach, students, future law enforcement people, teach them about missing persons cases and what goes on. It's just, it's just amazing. It's just, it's just amazing to be able to talk to some of these professors now, and they're like, yeah, we'd love you to come in and, talk to a class or something. It's just crazy.
Oh, that's perfect. And then hopefully you'll have the same experience that I did as a professor, which is that you learn a lot from the kids and the types of questions that they're asking as well. So that's probably just going to feed into your program and just make it that much better.
I hope so. I certainly hope so, because, I'm all about change. I've talked about being, a thought leader. I think you were the one that came up, with that term in the first place, for Unfound to be a thought leader. Regarding missing persons cases and changing the public perception. And it's been my idea, for a few years now, that one of the ways to do that is to get to these young people before they get into these jobs, whether it's with the FBI or a sheriff of a county or an on-beat, driving the beat police officer, get into their heads about what really goes on, before they get in there and maybe become complacent or get jaded, or they have superiors who have a totally wrong attitude, etc. Get to them early, And so, I'm happy that, we're starting to do that in 2020. It's good.
Now, one of the things that you mentioned really quickly about the team itself, of course, when I first joined in, I wasn't really sure how everything was going to work out, but it really is a very, very capable, very professional, and very tight team. So I actually work with you and Cheree. I'm always making sure that Cheree is in the loop as well.
Sure.
She was the first one that interviewed me, and I know that I have upcoming projects that were specifically her idea. So when I think about the day-to-day, it's definitely you and Cheree being, of course, the business manager. And then on top of that, it is an integrated team. We mostly communicate through the Facebook Messenger group, and I think we have a lot of fun. At least with me, I'm usually laughing.
Yeah, we do have a lot of fun. We do have a lot of fun. We do. I think there's more laughing probably than people would realize.
Yeah. And then, for example, a shout out to Karie, one of the assistants. She actually is a photographer. She's a professional photographer, and she has sent me pictures that I have used on my video, mostly just to show support for my work. Because, like I've said, it was quite a bit of work that I turned around pretty quickly, and just to feel, that the support from the team that I'm actually using and crediting her work. There were pictures of old barns or something that kind of personified desolation or to personify the missing or a missing case or the feeling that you get. Trees without leaves, desolation, things like that.
Yeah.
So we do, and that was something that she just volunteered to do. So we just seem to be working very effectively together. It's really incredible.
Yep. And I would like to say I have a lot to do with that, but I'm not sure that I do. I think it's just all your personalities. I think you're just the type of people who just work well together. You know what I mean? I think that's what it is. Because I think my reputation, unfortunately, after 49 years, is I'm hard to work with. Some people who used to make some independent films with me in the 2000s probably say, yeah, he's definitely hard to work with. So to have a bunch of people like all of you working on the program and getting along so well, and I don't have to shepherd you or anything, is the best of all worlds.
Yeah.
It's best of all worlds.
So, Ed, I actually have a surprise for you on this live call. I have a question for you that maybe it could help people to understand how we work together for the website. Are you ready for the question?
Okay, go ahead, shoot, Natasha. I hate cold questions, but go ahead.
Okay. So one of the latest videos that I have is the fact that you're reading out everyone's names. All the cases, close to 200 names, and it takes several minutes. And that was at the end of your update of all 5.
Yeah. So
I thought that was really moving and really important because one of the goals, again, from a digital perspective, is to personify the victims. So we had a video for that. It's on YouTube and the website, of course. But after each new episode, and we'll keep the integrity of the new episode, so it goes to the very end, to the end of the music. And then can I add on the fact that, that little part where you're reading the names?
Wow.
And then people can listen to it or not. But I find it very helpful from people with a visual memory or even an audible memory that when you're reading through the names, I start to at least try to put a picture of the person in my head of each case. And that's helping. It's almost like flashcards, to get people more aware.
Absolutely. Yeah, let's do that. I love that idea. So it's like it would be the video of their pictures and their names put together at the end of every video, every episode on YouTube.
Yeah, it would probably be the Unfound album, that the assistant, our assistant Emily has pictures of the Unfound album.
Yeah.
And it's very moving how you're reading all of these names. I mean, there are just so many. And after every update episode, there's even more. I mean, it's just incredible. Sure,
let's do it. You've heard, this is how things work at Unfound. Listeners getting to hear. This is how we do things. People come up with ideas, and we're like, yeah, let's try it. This is how it works. Okay, great.
Okay.
That's great. All right, Natasha, thank you for joining me. I think everybody's gotten to know you very, very well and what you do for Unfound. And I'm glad that Tammy in the think tank on Sunday evening came up with the idea for this episode. Hey, Ed, why don't you interview all your assistants so people can get to know them? And I said, oh, sounds like a fantastic idea. So, Natasha, thank you for joining us today.
My pleasure, Ed. You're welcome.
And those were the interviews with my assistants, Emily, Cheree, Karie, Heather, and Natasha. I thank them all for joining me on the program, and I thank them even more for everything they do for Unfound. I hope you enjoyed getting to hear from them and getting to know a little bit about each of them. Right about now, you may be asking, where's Eric? Why wasn't he interviewed? Well, thank you for asking. Actually, Eric has already appeared on Unfound. Back in 2017, he was the guest for the Donna Mikalenko episode. If you'd like to know more about Eric and his work, please go listen to that episode as soon as this one is over. What I thought was fair was, since Eric was already on, I needed to even everything out by having all the other assistants on this program. Now, everybody has appeared on the program once. Plus, Eric is leading the creation of a new program for Unfound, in which he'll be hosting it. At least, that's my understanding at this point. So I think you'll be getting to know him pretty well within the next few months anyway. I believe at least some of the other assistants will also be appearing on Eric's creation. So be looking for that soon. I want to also explain how this episode came about. Interviewing all of the assistants was probably something I was going to do eventually anyway. However, this past Saturday, I was supposed to do an interview with a guest. That guest flaked on me. Called her. She didn't answer. Didn't call me back. I emailed her. Didn't email me back. And I've still not talked to her. As you heard Emily say, this happens more than you, the public, probably realizes. Well, in the think tank on Sunday, May 3rd, I told the group what happened. And one of the members, Tammy, suggested I interview all of my assistants. I immediately loved the idea, and that's how this all happened. I listened to those interviews, and I truly wonder how this has all happened. Because I meant what I said in the opening of this episode. Over the years, I've gained / earned the reputation as a guy who doesn't play well with others. When I was in high school, I wanted the attention. I wanted the glory, and acted like it. As a musician, I needed to be on stage by myself, or else. And even as recently as 15 years ago, I quit producing indie films with a group in Las Vegas because the decision was made to start accepting scripts from other people. Whereas to that point, mine were the ones that got made. I just picked up my stuff and left. True story. So now, to think that people volunteer to work with me and that I actually accept them, appreciate the collaboration, and I want them to get their recognition for everything they do, yep, we are in new territory. Right about now, you may be asking, well, what changed, Ed? I have an answer for you. What is it? At some point when you've failed as many times as I have at so many things, it pays to reassess your thoughts and actions. You want to get skinny? Stop eating chocolate. You want to get sober? Stop drinking. And if you wish to do something with your life, well, I'll just quote the final line from one of my favorite rap songs of all time. Give us a chance so we can discover the most valuable ways to serve one another. And that's the program. And for once, I will put it this way. If you enjoyed this episode, go to the app that you use to listen to Unfound and give this podcast a nice review. I thank you for listening. I'm Ed Densel, and you've been listening to Unfound.